modernization has brought to us. You know, when we were still, the life was still very easy. When, you know, in the rural areas, villages, even as a young child, you have so many adults. I mean, looking after you. You have so many fathers, so many mothers, and I mean, so many people you can call your own father, your own mother, because they see everyone as a unit. The organization has really disintegrated us. Now everybody wants to live the lives of their own. Everybody wants to amass enough wealth, enough resources to themselves. Jettisoning the fact that we are for each other. And if you bring that to a Nigeria concept, you understand that the only area that you see that we have a few times come together is in sports. In other areas, when it comes to politics, you see division here and there along ethnic, religious lines. You see that we are not able to come together to fight those that are really have held the country on the jugular. So the only area where we've come together, and that has shown that if you really want to take a cue from that, is the sports. If you take a cue from what we are able to gain from sports, we will be able to achieve more. You see us coming together when Nigeria is playing, either basketball, either football, which is the greatest sport that we follow in this country. So that we mentality is really not there yet. And we really need to begin to see ourselves as one, because we know there is strength in unity.
Okay, I also want us to look at it from this perspective, where we have adults today, the husband and the wife, chasing their dreams of career, go out, probably in Lagos, for example, 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning and come back late at 10. You know, it's that compassion of sharing of love with the children, understanding, sharing culture and what have you. Can we also say in that aspect, they are thinking about themselves, not about the immediate environment, and the effect of them thinking about themselves and not catering for their children, right? And then we now look at the effect where you see in occultic groups. You know, you find out that a lot of people who are really high class in they are children of rich kids, well-to-do, and all those bad acts that we do. Parenting has become another thing entirely. Can we also look at it from that angle?
Of course. Unfortunately, again, while even at home, you want to see that at least as a family, the husband and the wife should be in one accord at the home front, ensuring that the kids are okay. But in doing this, they also fall apart. The husband is not always at home. The wife is not always at home. The kids are always on their own. So the we factor, because what time do they really have to look at the progress the children are making in education, in their sporting activity, the skills? And that's why you see kids growing up with a lot of talents untapped, because the parents are not always around to be able to see,
to guide them
and see that, okay, when you want the kind of educational system that we run is such that most of the schools, private schools, don't have sporting activity facilities. Then the only time you do as parents, you need to dedicate some other resources and time at the weekend to monitor help them groom their skills and all of that. But everybody is on their own. On weekends, even when you're at home, you want to stay in a place where you want to rest, because on Monday again, the hustling and bustling start again. So
that's funny. What can you say about the we mentality in regards to security? Because today I can see that everybody wants to have their own private security firm, their own policing once they can pay. And growing up, I remember that you always have, from one house to other, when any stranger enters the community, we already know this person is not part of us because he doesn't deal with us. Where are you from? We want to inquire that what do you come here to do? We feel secure around ourselves, and that is obtainable as of today in villages. But in the cities, we shout of insecurity and stuff like that. But can we say because we think as an individual, I want to just protect ourselves, I don't care about the people within us, or what? What can you say about that in relation to insecurity challenges that we are facing in the country?
Okay, so I think I'll just take it one at a time because it's a very big, I'll unbox it. So first and foremost, when we were growing up, it was more relaxed in the sense that we had, like he said, we had our uncles and aunties and everybody else watching out for us. But when you look at it now, you have mom, dad, and children. It's a unit now. The extended part of that communal living has fallen off. And so I remember when I was growing up, my parents have gone to work, but I have one auntie or the other that is watching out for me, that is serving as my parents in the house. And because they are there, there's that, there's someone else that would, make sure that they carry out the responsibility of parenting and making sure that all that I need to do to thrive is there. But nowadays, you don't see it anymore. The parents have to survive. The economic situation of when we were younger and what is in reality now is totally different. And for them to survive, they have to go out there and hustle. And when they go out there to hustle, it's a given. You are tired because you've gone through the traffic, you've gone through all of it. You're only human. You come back home, you want to rest. To start to focus and nurture all those other things, it starts to affect your mental health. And that's why you will see them lashing out and all of that. Then you come to security. It's still the same concept. We had that communal living when we were younger. So you can always spot who is not our member. You didn't need a security firm, you didn't need all those people because all you needed was the guard at the end of the street. In fact, when you come and then your parents, they already know, the person is telling them as they're driving in that, oh, she's on the 3rd street, because we knew ourselves. There was that space to play, space to move around and all of that, but we don't have that anymore because everywhere, like I said, it's a concrete jungle. Everywhere you turn, you see a space that is a playground before. You turn tomorrow, it's been turned into a building complex. So when you think about that, today you know your neighbor, tomorrow there's nobody because it's already, what can you say?
So that means, to cap it up, I think we'll also be looking at it from the angle of business, because today we have more of capitalists than, socialists in Nigerian business space. And, I was actually watching the Nigerian Titan, and I saw a beautiful presentation of a man who is seeking an investment funding to do rice processing. He has started, and he did his analysis and said, for every bag of rice, he can generate as much as 2,000 naira as profits. And it's from this 2,000 naira that goes, after removing all expenses, that's a net profit. But the investor said, that's too small. And I looked, 2,000 naira, about how many tons of bags of rice, and it's too small. Is that not greediness? And when you now look at it into banking sector as well, you see debt. You see high rate debt financing right now, where you see people you say, I need assistance to boost my business. They are giving me interest per annum as much as 120%, as much as 72%. Is that not greediness? Is that not just taking, greed to say, it's just about me. I don't care how you want to make this money. I just need this percentage at the end of the day. And how do we want to grow as a country, as an individual, when everybody are just thinking about them and them?
I think what we have not also touched on, and why it seems we are tilting towards this individualism, is because of the way we vent for ourselves in this country. Virtually, I used to say, you are your own government. You need to build your own house, get your own water, get your own power supply, take your kids to school. When you begin to do that, the tendency is that you begin to think all about yourself. I want myself, my wife, my kids to be fine. You understand? So the government has to be involved in so many other things for us. Why do I need to be the one to cover out like 15, 20 million naira
But
to
people
build
are
a
the
house?
government. We are the government.
Now in this case, we have become individual governments. That is what. So from the federal government, the state government, the local government, you also have individual governments.
So what do you have to say to that?
Well, I agree with what you're saying, because by the time you have to sort out all those other little pockets, at the end of the day, you're not thinking about everyone in national cake anymore, because you're thinking that I have coughed out so much. What's in it for me? I have done X, Y, and Z. I've become my own security man, my own this, my own that. So please, I need to maximize all that is there for me. And so there's no room to be able to say to my neighbor that, sorry, do you want me to extend this water that I'm getting now? Do you want me to extend it? There's no room for that, because I just want to say it's for me, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just before we go, I will want to advocate that we are the government. All these things we know. We just need to take a step, to say, let us build a system. And we can begin from private sector to show example and try to adopt it into the public sector. We have seen it happen in fintech, trying to play the role of finance and teaching the banks on a better way to make things work right. And it's becoming a policy and becoming a government entity. I think as an individual, we should start as a private entity to start thinking about formalizing it and taking it to the government. Sholape Azaze is next after the break. Do stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What is autism? Autism is a developmental disorder that affects communication, social interaction, and behavior. Unfortunately, there is still a lack of understanding and awareness about autism in many parts of Nigeria. Today, we will be exploring what autism is and how it affects individuals and their families, and what we can do to raise awareness and support those living with autism. Prevalence of autism in Nigeria, according to the Nigerian Society for Autism, it is estimated that there are over 2 million people with autism in Nigeria, and this number is expected to rise. However, despite the high prevalence of autism in Nigeria, there is still a lack of awareness and understanding of the condition, leading to stigmatization and discrimination. Diagnosis of autism involves a comprehensive evaluation by a team of healthcare professionals, including a developmental pediatrician, a psychologist. Awareness and acceptance. It is important to raise awareness about autism in Nigeria to reduce the stigma and discrimination against individuals with autism and their family. We can achieve this by promoting education and understanding of autism, providing support services for families and caregivers, and advocating for policies that promote the rights of individuals with disabilities. Challenges faced by individuals and families affected by autism in Nigeria. Some of the families with a child or children with autism in Nigeria face a number of challenges, including lack of access to appropriate diagnosis and treatment, stigma and discrimination, and limited support services. Many families also face financial difficulties as they try to provide the necessary care and support for their loved ones. raising awareness and support for those living with autism. There are several ways we can raise awareness and support these individuals. First, we can work to improve access to diagnosis and treatment, as well as support services such as therapy and educational program. We can also raise awareness about autism through education and advocacy, including training for healthcare professionals, teachers, and general public. Finally, we can work to reduce stigma and discrimination through community outreach and awareness campaign. So, what do you think? Have you ever encountered autism, or have you, apart from here?
Yes, I've had the opportunity to witness this, but it's quite unfortunate that in Nigeria we see it differently. I want to hold it to the fact that our cultural belief of being fetish, sometimes you take it to a traditional taboo to say somebody is actually, doing something bad to the children. So it's just like the way we have what Yoruba called abiku, in those days, where people die young and they come, not knowing that it is genetic, more like a genotype, that is not maybe SS, maybe that kind of child that is called abiku is SS, because they match make people as at that time. So there are a lot of things that we need to actually change when it comes to that. We need to look into the cultural belief, we need to look into the religion belief and what have you to have, because that is predominantly what, shape our thinking in this part of the world, from childhood to where we are today. And beyond this, the awareness is necessary, just like you said. And I believe we should begin to advocate for private entity to also find a way to put a percentage of their CSR, or those private CSR, into special needs like autism, special disability, and what have you. I believe it's going to go a long way, because we don't see it, because it's not actually making business sense. Just like I said, people talk about themselves. Anything they do, even when they are doing CSR, it has to translate to money. You understand? But if it's not translating to money, it's very few people that will do things voluntarily. We are not saying they should not do things that to promote their business, right? But they should also try and separate a percentage of their CSR to support special needs or special cases like this. I can give you an example. I was opportune to be in an European country some times ago, and inside the car park, like the underground car park, the third or the fourth floor underground, I saw someone just trying to direct. I said, "Who is this person?" He's an autism patient, person. But I look at the compassion. They gave this person job, like a security guard, to help. It's not like he's a wasted human being, just like we have it in Nigeria. When you have a special need, you are turned to be like you are useless. You are not useful. The love, the care is not there. And I believe if we begin to embrace other abilities and show care, that's all that is needed. Once we're able to show care, it will help us to even identify symptoms, guide, know about more awareness that I have seen this, and educate other people.
Thank you. So quickly, before I heard some few things that made me just like, okay. First and first, you said autism patient, but I know that you didn't mean that, but it's very important to also put it out there that because someone has been diagnosed with autism does not mean that the person is a patient or medically termed, because autism is not a medical condition that requires medication or that requires you to be treated in a particular facility or whatever. So autism doesn't have a physical marker. It's not like, there's a special ability for this and that. With autism, it's just the person is differently wired. So it's a neurological difference, meaning the way I think, the way I see, the way I interact with the world is different. It's not that the person is less, it's not that the person is more, it's just I'm just different. And so it's like the more you come out there and say, look, it's just different. No, so accept me, accept my differences. And that's why in a place like where you said you traveled to, they've been able to understand that I'm not different from you and I can be gainfully employed. I can do certain things, the life as accorded to me, without me having to be looked down on as being less. So it's very important to start to change that narrative, because
Thank
when
you
he
for
started
that
saying those
question.
things, I said,
I don't know. Now I know. Thank
Yes,
you. Thank you for
yes.
that question.
I think it's one of the things that this program has afforded us is to be able to put this out there as a means of awareness, because before now, yes, I've heard about autism, but not in this light. And I think more has to be done regarding awareness. And I think also one of the reasons why parents who have kids with this syndrome, because of stigma and discrimination, don't often allow their kids to go to school. Because, they are prone to being bullied. And some teachers, if you don't even have that special training to be able to identify, might be taking on that kind of a child, or tagging them differently, and that makes them to look different in class. And then and when you have that kind of treatment, it brings stigmatization and all of those. So that awareness is very necessary. The government has to be involved, like we always say. And of course, I know there will be one or two NGOs that would really be taking attention on this and trying to put more information out there for people to know. And again, on the area that you mentioned the other time, which has to do with the cultural beliefs, everything about culture has to do with, okay, is it because the mother had aborted or used some drugs when she was pregnant with the child, and that was why, a whole lot of issues come around when you have a baby with some of these syndromes, and so it is important. I think awareness is what we need to happen more in this regard.
I totally agree with you about awareness, and that's what we're talking about when we said discrimination. You pointed out several ways that people have been discriminated on in time past, but it's also very important to note that for autism, there's no genetic marker. Unlike Down syndrome and some other genetic, or some other neurodevelopmental, disability or disorders, autism has no genetic marker. And as of today, scientists are still baffled by the cause, and they still do not have a definitive cure for autism. So when you have situations like that, and then you have parents, still, or people still believing that autism was caused by something they did, it's not helping us change the narrative of the acceptance. It's not helping us push the narrative of the awareness, the advocacy, and helps them to act the way they do. Because the day you remove the veil and they see what is under it, they say, is it not just this? But when you just come masqueraded, they don't, because with autism it shows differently. If you've met one child with autism, you've only met one child with autism. You can't use that one child that say, because it spins around, it does this, it does that, this child is, and then you see another child that is not spinning, that is not, and then someone tells you, this child is autistic. I say, no, it cannot be. I saw Tade the other day, so Chukwuemeka cannot be. He's not rolling around, he's not, and then in your mind you think that person is not, and you just see the person charge at you, immediately you say, something is wrong with this child. But when you now start to unmask, unbox, understand what it is, it makes it easier for parents, even because sometimes it's not that the parents don't even know what's going on, but because they are afraid of the label that society will put on them. So they are quick to say, I don't know.
And I also think education has to play a vital role here at all levels, both from the secondary school, primary school, secondary school to tertiary institution. Because I could recall that there is a case like that. Actually, it's in a film, right? It's primary school, it's Indian. This child has this symptom, right? And he sees, just like you said, he sees things differently. So he keeps failing. But when you ask in written exam, the child fails. But when you ask Aura, it's sharp. Like, what is wrong? This is exactly what you say, but this is a different thing you are writing, right? And the teacher was able to carefully study the child and see that the child is seeing age as you. You know, it sees things differently and try to guide. Say, look at this, look at this. Today, we hardly have guidance and counseling departments functionally the way they are expected to be. When you observe something, the teacher of a class, maybe an integration science class or mathematics class, should refer to a guardian and counselor to help identify one or two things and guide, you know. But right here, we don't have it. And the education system has to, you know, catch up with the reality. You know, I believe if that, it will help us to manage the society's stigmatization in terms of the education parts, to educate people from right from there, and people will know that this is a special kid, right?
Yeah, I like what you said, but just a note: the particular thing you were describing is dyslexia. That's not autism.
Okay.
Yes, the one that you can identify letters and all of that. So it's also important because sometimes we get a lot of misdiagnosis in there, because you see a particular issue at hand or challenge, and then because of one or two things or one or two seminars you've attended, you just assume that that is it. And that is why it's important to have a multidisciplinary diagnosis team to define what exactly is going on, because you say, oh yes, so it's very important. Autism is not something that one teacher just looks and says that must be what's going on. It requires certain team of professionals to use their diagnostic tool to be able to give a definitive diagnosis of autism.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. I believe we have gained a lot and we'll still keep learning.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So Oluwasegun Olegbede is next after the break. Do stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Mediocrity in Nigerian society. In Nigeria, we often see instances of the abnormal being celebrated as the norm. For example, you may hear people say things like, "No be Nigeria we dey," when they encounter corruption or poor service delivery, as if it is to be expected. We often witness public officials failing to deliver on their promises, yet they are still celebrated as if they have achieved something great. We may see governor being praised for simply fixing a road that has been in disrepair for years, instead of holding them accountable for the poor state of infrastructure in the first place. Furthermore, in Nigeria, we tend to have a culture of celebrating mediocrity, especially when it comes to entertainment. You may see an artist with poor vocals or subpar lyrics being praised as a superstar simply because they are famous. It is important for Nigerians to recognize that we deserve better than this. We should demand excellence from our leaders and service providers and not settle for less. By holding them accountable, we can create a brighter future for ourselves and for our country. Let us reject the normalization of mediocrity and strive for greatness in all aspects of our lives. As Nigerians, we should always aim for the best and not settle for anything less. See, when I was coming up with this, I looked around and I feel like seems because we have been taken for granted for long, we tend to see some of these misnomers being normal. You hear when after a week, power supply is restored to your area, and maybe after 6 hours they interrupt it again. You like, on their trial, man, were they supposed to interrupt it for? 6 hours, because you've gotten 6 hours power supply, you feel like, wow, we were in Eldorado. Then you now come to the normal. So, and again, you see governors celebrating, have been paying the salaries of our civil servants since the last 3 years without. Is that supposed to be an achievement? Are we supposed to be celebrating you for paying the workers' salary? So I see it as we celebrating mediocrity, and that's why we have not moved beyond this state that we have as a country. When a service provider ditches us or don't give us the commensurate service for what we have paid for, we don't hold them accountable. We tend to. I've heard people who will tell you, when I use a card at the ATM and I was debited 20,000, that money is still there since the last 1 year because I don't even know. I don't want their problem. And you see the same person banking with such financial institution, which means we don't know what we want. And that's why the government or the leaders are able to see through this. And so they give us peanuts instead of what we deserve as citizens of this country.
I don't think that is I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it's just human nature. When you beat someone all the way, you constantly beat someone, beat and beat and beat. You keep hitting the person. After a while, the person gets used to it. And because the person gets used to it, the person doesn't even understand where to rise from. Do you understand? Because it's not, imagine every time I want to climb this mountain, for example, and every time I try, I fall. And then for every time I fall, maybe I was supposed to fall to 20, then I fall to 10, then I fall to, and then I keep falling and I keep falling. The spirit gets defeated. And there's no motivation. When you look around, everyone is hustling, everyone is bustling there, and double taxation here and there. Everything is just so hard that when you then get just a little light, you cling to it like is everything else, because you've been met with so much negativity here and there that you've even given up, basically. And so the small positivity you get, you celebrate it. So I'm not defending people that, yes, you should ask for more, you should strive for more, but when the society keeps beating you down, you try to, fight for your rights. You put something, I've had people that they got robbed, and then they cleared out their account. They go to the bank to say, it was one chance, they cleared out my account, and then immediately they say, sorry, we can't help you because you showed that you withdraw this money. Go and get police reports. Police says, no, they can't help you. You can't file under here because your money is maybe 200,000. That's not where you file it under. You file. So by the time they go round and round, they say to you, I leave you with God. God will judge you. Because number one, that is the person's entire savings that the person has worked, made sure she left the house at 4 a.m. in the morning and come back home at 10 p.m. in the night, worked non-stop, and then entered one chance. Got robbed, goes to the bank and say, hey, they cleared my account. Bank says, I can't help you. It shows that it was you that withdrew it to do this. You need police. Go to police. Police says, it's below the amount. Go and file it here. You go to this one, they say, pay this. I said, you know what? I start from the beginning again. Are you going to say that person is being mediocre? No. The person has been beat up and beat up time without number. Society has pushed the person down.
I think I will want to digress a little bit and look at it from a entire different angle, right? You see, yes, mediocrity, reality is what you have actually explained.
Yeah.
And mediocrity is what we should not entertain, right? But we should quickly run it back to, I would say, self-awareness, right? Because today, the same police, the same banker that are doing the job, they are not doing the job because they are happy doing the job. They are doing the job because they have certain instruction they have to follow and they have to put food on their own table, right? They are not doing the job and following it to the letter, to the way it's expected to be done. I give an example. You go to an ATM machine or a POS agent, withdraw, you have a declined debit, meaning that the transaction failed, you are debited. On a deal situation, you are not to fight where you got debited. The standard says, go to your bank, fill a dispense error form. The dispense error form says, go and log it on a system, then they track it and it is bank to bank to reverse your money, right? But what we have is different. You see somebody who is a staff, a bank staff, number one, they don't even know their job. They will tell you, yes, you have been debited. See, the money is debited. Go back to where you have been debited. That's where the money is, right? You see transaction of transfers. This is a session ID that you have to log and track the transaction. They're lazy to do it. They will tell you, no, we don't have this money. You see a system where I've seen a known fintech, I don't want to mention name. You see a money, you send the money from a third party to that known fintech. You see the money, so amount of money received, status fail, go back to where you get the money from. It's self-awareness, I think, and the willpower. I'll also go it back to about horse. If you look at before 1966 coup, sorry to digress a little bit. Before 1966 coup, Nigeria was running a regional system. Everybody were trying to see how their community or their region can strive. It's a weird thing. Everybody, they don't celebrate you because you are doing good, because they know it is necessary for their next phase of development, right? And you can see that those are the best roads we still have till date, right? Now, you now see a military system where there is fear. Since 1966 coup and counter coup and stuff like that, we have been living in fear. And everybody is just trying to see, how do I survive? If I do this, there are powers of, let's say, a government that is powerful more than me. Or I have somebody, I don't have money. Once I have money, they win the case in court. I don't see justice. And it is that fear that actually promotes the mediocrity that we are seeing in Nigeria. You see the fear that somebody will tell you, I will kill you. A police will harass you on the road. They will tell you, I will kill you. And if they have good connection, they will kill you and nothing will happen. You can see the case of the lawyer that was killed, pregnant lawyer. Now, police is discarding it as, the case is going elsewhere. Like, they want to pardon. They're still on the case, but it doesn't look like they are accusing the police. Usually, before now, what they do is they will just disengage the police. The action happened as a police officer. But when they say you have killed a citizen, the reason why that of the lawyer is because she is a lawyer, and the NBA is intervening and said they will follow it to the letter. If as an individual, they will disengage such police officer. The police officer will answer the crime as an individual. But when the crime happened, that's a mediocre, settings that it doesn't really make sense. It happens when the person was a police officer. Why will you disengage that person? Because you don't want it to attach to the system. A lot of things are wrong, and it is all about self-awareness. When people are conscious and are aware of what penalty, what effects, what negative effects all these actions are going to be, I believe people will be conscious of their dealings. And just like you said, why will you celebrate a governor for constructing a road? Why will you celebrate a governor for paying salary? They are staffs, they work for their money, and they are expected to be paid. It's just like saying you have father in a house and giving food to the children. Why will you celebrate a father for giving food to his own children? Doesn't make any sense. You are not adding any additional value to say, you know what, there is a society like this. My child, go and learn this skill so that you can solve this problem in this society. Then you should celebrate such parents, right? You can see normal road, normal traffic, but you look at Lagos, for example. Normal traffic wherever is there, but they introduce the likes of LASMA as an additional supporting. Okay, you can celebrate them for bringing something new. You look at BRT, subsidized as at then. You can celebrate, yes, this is beyond normal. And these are things we should be looking at too. But because we are used to it, our parents do not also help us, truth be told. Because our parents has actually, all those glorify professional courses and the societal acceptability of some things had made other people look less. And you allow it to now then, I think we should start thinking different and see self-awareness. For my own advocate, it's more like of self-awareness and taking necessary action as at when due.
Okay, so sorry, I just want to really jump on that. It's good to say self-awareness, but I think also when we go with self-awareness, we should also look at enforcement. It's one thing for me to be aware of a situation, of what is my due, of what my worth is. How do I enforce it?
I agree.
Because I'm aware that I've been dealt a bad hand. I'm aware that I know what my worth is, and this is not my worth. So how do I enforce it when the society that is supposed to, based on the rules that govern a society, a sane society, the rules cannot be enforced? So I'm only aware of my suffering. I'm aware of what is limiting me, or I'm aware of my situation. I'm aware of what I need to have and what I don't have.
Sholakwe, I agree with you, right? And that is why I said I chipped in a little bit, but I don't want to expatiate on it. When I went back to the government of military, regional and stuff like that, right? When we are talking about enforcement, it's government to enforce. But when we are aware, we don't even start, we have a democratic system, and it's not something that will just happen under a miracle. It's a process, right? Are we electing from the, ward level, the necessary people to nominate who will represent us to do the right system? Because if there is no system, it's difficult to enforce. Our system entirely is corrupt, right? So we need to start changing the mindsets from the grassroots, from the interaction, not the high type of living. We live in an estate now. I don't even know my neighbor. you understand? And when you have to, within your ward, you have to interact. Change. Don't look like this person is less. Today we see artisans as being less. But the reality is we can't do without them.
Absolutely.
Sure. So this aspect, I need to punch on it. I understand that our psyche has been really battered. We went through a long period of military
ideology,
and so we've been ruled
in fear.
So it has its own consequences. But I think at some point we need to put a stop and say, here, just like you have said, if somebody has been beating, then that person wants to go to one corner just. But at some point, so we cannot continue to celebrate this mediocrity. There has to be, just like as you mentioned, consequences of actions. That is what has really been an issue, because anybody elected who has not performed knows that there is no consequences, because he is surely going to still get re-elected the next time he comes out again. So at some point, we have to know when to say, no, we cannot take it no more. We cannot continue to celebrate these people. We've seen situations in this country where politicians embezzled money. They are on trial, and their own kinsmen will come out and say, it's our own, leave him, at least he's doing fine for us.
So when you're even talking about on that, sorry for cutting in, on that, when you're talking about enforcement, there's also plead bargain. I'll still 100 billion. You know what? I'll give you 80 billion. Free me. So that means if you want to steal big. You know, that's enforcement, and they will enforce, and they will pardon you. You are pardoned. So enforcement, you know, that's why I talk more of self-awareness, doing the right thing. You know, even if you are in government and stuff like that, everywhere you have to just, you know.
No, I mean, I'm not saying that self-awareness is not important,
I understand.
but I'm just saying that they go hand in hand, because even if I am aware, even if I'm ready to, even if the goat is going to charge back, it needs to have someone is going to charge, and he needs to know that it's with this force that I will use to knock this person down, right? So that is now going to enforce his might and strength, and boom, for action. So I'm aware that this guy, if I continue like this, there's nowhere else to go.
So let me give you another example just to join what he said. I was in a particular junction in Lagos here, right? And this guy, kick against indiscipline or what have you, they are trying to, all those hawkers, to chase them away. But this lady, immediately they saw them, they were running eta and scatter. You know, you are still running after them. This old woman fell. She stood up, fell like 3 times. And people were pleading to, okay, please leave this woman. She has at least feared you. And the next thing, the guy was like nothing. They were like gathering. You know what people did? Awareness. They bombarded them. And they ensured that they freed the lady. Even as much that the lady was doing something that is banned in those areas, but they were at least trying to say, give this person a warning. You know, that's self-awareness of saying, if we say no, I'm just talking about we coming together to change things. Even a constitutional authority, by the time we come together and say no, we are going against this bad act, it's achievable. That's the point.
It is. So
it's just the readiness and awareness to say, we are not just, I recall when I was in school, I fought the management. You know why? Because our due that we pay. So management staff are the one paying. They're the one swallowing it. And we begin to fight it. And fellow students are the one fighting us back. But immediately they get to know, they say, oh, so this is how worse it is. If they knew, and they would have come together and do the right thing. So self-awareness is also very important. When people are self-aware, they can come together in unity and say stop to something that is not right. That's the advocate. The end always seems to come too soon on the advocate. However, the advocate continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. On Twitter and Instagram, at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plusTVAfrican.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on this station, let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you... Lemon in your drinking water? Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start on... Bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight. So you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch severely. And you can stop that by taking... You can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fat when you take beans. At times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fat, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, some of this food. Then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower, cabbage, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber. So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? You know when you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, at times you take it in with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. They'll relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating.
Hello, and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Jennifer Nicholas, and I am joined by my amazing and beautiful co-anchors. I have Mary, NJ, and Issy is joining us via Zoom. How's everyone doing? Mary, how are you?
I'm doing great. Just
It's
tired.
been a while. It's been a while I saw you. You're looking so pretty.
Thank you.
How was your day?
Mary always has the thing of showing us a different side of her.
Of her,
every
right?
time, yeah.
Her. Not the purr. How was your day?
And my day?
Yes.
It was. It was actually exciting. I can't lie. The weirdest surprising thing happened. But yeah, very very weird. Out of the blue.
Out of the blue is good. Okay.
I mean, it's something I've always wanted to try. So
Okay.
yeah, and it happened.
That's good.
Interesting. Now I'm interested.
Mhm.
NJ, how was your
Behind the
day?
scenes.
Yeah.
Oh, my day was good. Had quite a productive day, and yeah, turned out good.
Issy, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hi ladies, I'm here.
Hi, how you doing? It's been a while as
Oh,
well.
thank you.
How was your day?
Absolutely
How was your
fine.
week?
You don't want to know. Like NJ's sister always says, we don't look like what we've been through.
Yeah.
It's been a fantastic day. I'll just put it like that. By the way, Mary, you got me interested in what your day was like.
I know. Like, we'll do the tease after.
Hopefully, we're going to get this gist. I'm really interested. But it's great to have everyone in the studio today. So here's what we found as today's quote. Many a man thinks he's buying pleasure when he's really selling himself to it. And this is by Benjamin Franklin. I really want to take that again because I feel like it sounds deep, but it's not deep at the same time. So here it is again. Many a man thinks he's buying pleasure when he's really selling himself to it. What do you guys think about this?
Well, I think that there's some things you think you're buying and you're acquiring and it's supposed to look like pleasure, but eventually you're giving so much more away than that thing you're buying. That satisfaction you think you're getting. You're losing so much more. So there is more detrimental, but how many times do they know?
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but then does this apply to every form of pleasure?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
So that's why I said I feel like it's deep, but then not deep.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's good. It's good. So earlier today, we came across a video on social media of a UK-based Nigerian woman encouraging Nigerians who don't have money to borrow money and japa. Now it's our ladies' night out, and Mary, NJ, EC, and I are here to discuss the topic: should we normalize relocating on loans? Should we normalize relocating on loans? And when we open our phone lines, we'd love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Welcome. You're still watching Ways. National Stay Home Because You Are Well Day is celebrated annually on November 30. It is a day to encourage people to take a break from their busy lives and relax at home. It is also a day to appreciate the good things in life and to focus on your health and well-being. I love this holiday.
Yeah, but you don't have it.
I know. I just said I love the holiday. Yeah. Why is Angie attacking me?
No, it's not an attack. I'm just saying half of the days that we celebrate, we don't
take it,
and we don't have it. So sometimes you're just wondering.
And we need it too.
We do need stuff like this, but already they think that we have enough holidays in Nigeria. So hey.
You know, when I think we had one of these bank holidays or celebrates and stuff like that, and I keep seeing people complaining about these holidays.
That's too much.
Yes.
I feel like we don't even have enough rest days.
I'm always very confused. Like, I mean, it's okay if there is a national holiday and you don't want to take it, please work. Leave the rest of us that like to take our rest.
Let us breathe.
Let us breathe. Okay, so who do I start from today?
Well, I'm going to jump right in.
Yeah.
Mine is not a lot, but it's just some attention to Nigeria once again. So the Nigerian Army's wrestling team arrives Azerbaijan for World Championship. So the wrestling team of the Armed Forces of Nigeria has arrived Baku in Azerbaijan for the 36th World Military Wrestling Championship. This was revealed in pictures shared on official X handle of the AFN on Thursday. That's the Armed Forces of Nigeria on their X page. So it captioned that they had arrived there to participate in the 1-week event, which would hold from the 27th of November to the 3rd of December. The team is headed by Air Vice Marshal Abidemi Marcus, and he's the Defense Headquarters Director for Sports. And he arrived with 10 wrestlers, a coach, and a media representative. So for me, this is news once again in Nigeria. It's just something that we're doing. I never knew that the armed forces and the military had a championship that they used to go for, talk less of wrestling. So it's amazing to hear that some of these activities still happen or are being encouraged within, because I feel like it opens them up to relate with military and Air Force personnel from other countries and kind of like to share ideas. So it's like, I feel like it's like having a conference in maybe a health sector or in the tech industry. So it's the bringing together of armed forces, what do they call them? Different levels of the armed forces together to one place to compete and then communicate. And because I'm sure it's not just the competition, they'll have some other activities scheduled within that time frame where they can share some ideas on maybe how to improve on from infrastructure to technology. I'm sure they'll have some parts where they have some papers where they share. So it's good to know that we still have activities like this and we still have representatives in Nigeria, because I know that there was another story earlier on in the week, sorry that I'm bringing this up, where they had I think it was I don't know if it was a kayaking competition that they had in Abuja, and then there were pictures.
And then
there
were
pictures.
looking.
Oh wow, it was
very unprepared.
The Nigerian team was looking very unprepared. The environment where the championship was going on or where the competition was going on was littered with dirt. Sewage and all that.
The guy now said that the only nice thing there was the director's Mercedes Benz
that the minister, like the guys in charge, the minister of the guys in charge of the affairs and his deputy came with 2 nice SUVs and parked it right in front. Meanwhile, the whole place was dilapidated and dirty, smelling, and we were hosting. That's one. So that's an embarrassment on our side. We were hosting, and we brought there were other countries, Angola and I think Algeria, some other neighboring countries were here to compete, only to see that. I think that there should be a lot more preparation on something like that. It's just crazy.
It's interesting. Mary?
Okay, what I have is from the Church of Christ Jokonde Estate in Solo has kicked out one of their members with dreadlocks.
It says, we find it disappointing that you have failed to live up to Christian standards. Church kicks out man who refused to cut his dreadlocks. I don't know how I feel about this. We're in 2023. I didn't know this was still ongoing, but is dreadlocks now a sign of impurity, like sin or something? I don't know, but that's what the church has done. That's the news I have today. Thank you.
We're trying not to react. We're trying hard not to react.
I will be kicked out of the church as well.
Yes.
What is
she said she will be kicked out of the church as well.
Oh yeah.
I will be kicked out of the church
No,
as
you
well.
would have been kicked out a long time ago. You'd have been kicked out a long time ago.
Very well.
A long time ago, because yours is long enough to be kicked out before the church started.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't think that should be a criteria to for the church to say, okay, you be kicked out as a member, you be kicked out of the church. I think that there are other things we should and can concentrate on.
Yeah.
Because even if you want to bring someone to a different understanding, then there are ways that you can persuade, initiate certain conversations to let the person see light or see reason. But I think if you had gone from the stance of maybe how you put the dreadlocks together, how you present it, don't present it looking like someone who came up from, who is not sure of how they want to look. Present it well. There are so many people who have dreadlocks and it's well, is well carved in front and well. Isi, for example, has been growing hers for a long time, so you can't send Isi out of the church but I know that the church was coming from a good place in terms of presentation, and I'm sure it's not only his dreadlocks that had them worrying or in question. So
my take on that again is whatever happened to taking care of the lost sheep. What happened to that? If the sheep is lost, try to bring the sheep back, not throwing the sheep away. And we also look at the concept of Samson. Samson was in the Bible. Samson had locks, for example. So what would God have done to Samson if he didn't have dreadlocks? But right now, we all know he wore locks and it was natural for him. I think it goes beyond the locks. Again, he just depicted it, like you said earlier, he just depicted it that this was the real reason that he was kicked out of the church. But maybe they just capitalized on that fact to, send him away. But we won't know the whole story because we have a one-sided story currently.
Yeah, I agree.
There's so much to say on the topic. So I think everyone has said your piece. I'll keep mine to myself. Why? Okay, so what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, what caught my attention in the news was Nigerians bothered about soaring food prices, not budget. And this was by Rwani. Stated this in a television program. And he stating this, that I need to state his words in verbatim. He said that while the president is presenting ambitious growth to Nigerians and growth targets to Nigerians in 2024, budget proposal, the everyday worries of citizens revolve around the substantial mix of or increase in food prices, which has made sustenance increasingly challenging. And this also brings to mind what is affecting the Nigerian generally. If we are saying that we are hoping for a better tomorrow in Nigeria in 2024, but currently everybody is on survival mode. And I'm glad that we are also talking about relocation because everybody is trying to relocate because of survival. A lot of people are complaining about going to the market and not getting food the way they left it the previous day. Even in an hour or 2 hours, you go back and they tell you, oh, I just came back from the market. Things are quite expensive. So it is not easy for us to, look at what the president is saying. It is all about how is it affecting us as a people? How is it affecting our daily survival? How much is bread? Bread used to be how much? You go to the market now, you can't even buy a kilo of turkey. I don't want to go into the whole shenanigan of what people are going through in terms of how they're surviving. People are hungry by the day. So this is something that is supposed to be a basic human need in Nigeria, and everything has skyrocketed. I can't go into the economics of what causes it because I'm not an economist, but the bottom line is that things need to change before everybody goes bonkers.
Thank you, Isi. I saw the 27 trillion naira proposed budget, and I just shook my head. I'm really hopeful and hoping that we have a better 2024 and that the economy becomes stable, because a lot of people are really, really suffering. It's telling on everybody. But anyway, for me, I think mine's a bit of a good news. A woman, 70 years old, delivers twins after years of barrenness. So a Ugandan woman, Safina Namukwaya, delivered a set of twins, a boy and a girl, after going through IVF. And a lot of people are very excited for her. I'm really excited. I know she's old, and I just pray that God gives her the strength to be able to raise these kids the right way, and that she's strong enough to see them through till they get to an age where they can take care of themselves. Anyway, thank you, ladies. We'll see you guys after the break, and when we come back, talk about our topic for today. Thank you.
You come for me, fair listing first. If you know say you no get money, borrow money and japa. The money no go come overnight, so borrow japa. So if you borrow from those people they call Susu, collector, or ability they call them cooperative. So do the monthly fund, so the monthly one where we say if they pay monthly. So if you collect like 10 million naira, they pay like 300k monthly. So that when you relocate, your weeks, like the first month, so you get to spend for a year, you use that time, say like they pay back every month, and because you get time to pay. No collect weekly or collect monthly. Millions of people we don't jackpot, they borrow money jackpot, and as they tell you to, they don't settle down, they don't live life, they don't they okay, they live luxury. So today borrow money and what?
Normalizing relocation on loan is a complex issue with both potential benefits and drawbacks. Relocation loans can empower individuals to pursue their dreams and revitalize communities, but it can also lead to increased debt burden, exacerbate income inequality, and raise exploitation concerns. The decision of whether or not to normalize relocation on loans should be made on a case-by-case basis, carefully weighing the potential risks and benefits. So tonight we are asking, should we normalize relocating on loans? Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. I'll take that again, 081-803-84663. Relocation. So first, let's establish why people relocate, right? I mean, it's not just a Nigeria pandemic or an African pandemic. I mean, people are relocating all over the world for various reasons. People are moving from China to the US. People are going from maybe Brazil to the US or to the UK, depending. But then one thing that we see, especially from Nigerians, is the fact that a lot of people are tired of the current state of the country, and this has been ongoing for a long time now, and it feels like the economy isn't changing, the country isn't changing, and people want a better life. But then one thing I know for a fact is relocation does not equate a better life, right? It goes both ways. You might either have it really good, or you can have it very bad, or you can just be in between. We've heard about people who have complained about the decision that they've made, and some of them regret it. While a lot of people do not regret it for one day, they are encouraging other people to take the same route. But now bringing it down to relocating on loans. There are different kinds of relocation. There are people who relocated via the school routes. Probably they went for PhD or they went for masters. There are people who went as dependents. There are people who went for work, right? There's the work visa. You're able to go. People who get like Canada PR and then they move. But then even with all of those routes, I hear people say, oh, going for school is a bit harder, especially if you don't have the funds readily available to do that. But then there are also people who get their PR and then they move. Now, sometimes people feel like going via the PR route is easier because you're actually operating your life. But then it's like the country is giving you, just come here and work. If you go as a student, you might not be able to work the long hours to make enough money. But then two things are happening, right? Now, if you go for school purpose, you're still kind of like leaving everyone behind and you're moving there. And if you don't have enough money to sustain yourself, you have to work odd jobs to be able to see yourself through. Except if you have a guardian or a sponsor who is readily available to take care of you while you're in school. Then if you go for PR, you have people who leave their jobs down here, uproot their lives, sell off all their properties, say goodbye to their family and friends, and then they get there. Sometimes they don't even have a job readily available for them to start their lives. They have to start from scratch. You have to start looking for a job. You need to find your feet, be able to at least put yourself together before you can start making headway. Now, talking about loans, I know that there are companies that actually help support people to travel. Companies that are willing to give you loans. Let's say the company is ready to give you 5 million or 10 million. There are companies who support you in terms of proof of fund, where they just put the money in your account, you pay a certain interest, then once you get there, they take the money out of your account. While there are companies who actually give you these loans, but then these loans are not free. They come with interest. So by the time you get to these countries, you have to find a way to start paying back. But now my question is, what are the risks involved in taking out a loan if you are relocated, especially if you're uprooting your life to move?
Okay. Go ahead, Miguel. So, going from the topic says, should we normalize it? I think it shouldn't be normalized. At the same time, I don't think it's a bad idea, because if you have a goal and you want to achieve the goal, by all means, if you need to take a loan, the people providing the proof of funds, that's also a good way of doing it. However, I've heard that some people, run. There's very few cases where the person actually runs away with the money and stuff like that, scam. If you have a purpose and you're not just going because everybody's leaving the country, so let me join the bandwagon and leave the country. That's my problem with this whole jackpot thing, is the fact that most people are going because that's what everybody's doing. I have family members who are abroad now, and every time they call me, oh, so when are you coming? So when are you coming? And I keep on telling them, I don't understand. What do you mean, when am I coming? Rather you ask me, oh, like, do you have any plans for like next 2 years or next 5 years? Rather ask me when I come, are you going to fund me? Are you going to feed me? Are you going to take care of me? You just want to know when am I coming? So it's beyond that. If I'm going to further my studies, I don't just also want to further it because everyone is going to do a master's. That seems like the next best thing. What are you doing? What are you getting a master's for? What's your career path? Where do you see yourself? How is this master's going to aid, your journey? Are you just doing it so that, I have an excuse to leave the country? Is it in line with, what you've planned for yourself? So the planning is what is important. Like, if I have a plan to say, okay, I want to do an MBA in so and so because I think this is going to, help me in my career, fine. I can now have the confidence to say, okay, I would like to take a loan. After all, a lot of students who are even abroad, take like student loans and stuff, and they pay over time. People take loans to, buy houses, and, over time they pay. So the idea of taking loan is not a bad idea, but is when you don't have any direction or purpose. You just want to sell all your property so that I will leave the country by force. Then definitely there's something wrong. That's a craze, because I feel like people are also portraying a vision that once you step into the outside Nigeria, your life is better. And that's a lie, because a lot of them there are suffering. And I would like to see in the next 10 years, whether the same people who have left bandwagon, who have left now, where are they going to be in the next 10 years? When you compare yourself, whether you're abroad or in Nigeria, among your peers, like, are you really going to be at par or not? So, I mean, that's what I have to say.
Angie, what are your thoughts?
That's a lot. Well, for me, I think that there are some things you need to consider before you make a decision to relocate. You have to consider the purpose for your relocation. Why are you relocating? What's the need of your relocation? Because that would be a determining factor on how much energy you put into it. What are you relocating for? Are you relocating for studies? Are you relocating for full relocation? And there has to be a planning process to all these things. You can't just wake up one morning. I can't. Let me not say you can, because I can't do that. But I've heard a lot of people just wake up one morning and say, you know what, I'm done, I'm going to relocate. And true to their words, like 3 months or 4 months down the line, you holler this person and they're like, oh, I just wanted to let you know I moved to the US. How? When? How? What was the like, if you're this quick to relocate, tell me how you did it. And then eventually when you start talking to them, you realize that a couple of them maybe raised some funds from family members or decided that they wanted to go to school. But that's the thing, when you want to go to school, it takes funds. It's a financial strain to you. It comes at a cost. So there are lots of things you have to consider, because there's the financial impact on whatever area you decide to go through. Whether you're going through PR, everything comes at a cost. Yeah. Even when you are offered the job there and they say, come, even to come is a process. You have to buy a ticket. How much are tickets now? Tickets are, the lowest ticket to fly out of Nigeria is 1 point something. Yeah, so tickets are expensive, so that comes at a cost. But the borrowing part, the loan part. So the loan part is, getting money from like loan sharks and all these agencies and institutions, or from the bank. So because I've also heard people mortgage some of their properties, and get a loan from the bank. But what's your process? What's your plan to pay back? Yeah. Are you going to be working forever? I don't even know why anybody would want to be indebted to some organization that you have no reason to be loyal to. Why would I want to be indebted to someone? It means that every money I make, I'm going to be calculating out of that, and then that puts a strain on you, because that means you have to look for a job that would be able to pay off your lifestyle and be able to, so you're always going to be working. Yeah, that's why even student loan, you go work for that country tire. Like it's a strain on, and it's going to have a strain on even your family, because the money that you would have probably used to plan to maybe visit your family members back home, you can't do that. That's why half of the time when people relocate, you never see them. They just go into this underground, because you are working tirelessly trying to pay off this, loans and everything. So it's a big strain. So there are lots of things you have to consider. Yeah.
Thank you. Issy, what are your thoughts?
You ladies, you've talked about focus, you've talked about the costs, you've talked about the reasons why we have to travel well, or we shouldn't travel. Now we can look at this from two sides of the coin, all right? It could be good and it could be bad. The good side is survival. People are trying to make ends meet. Again, it comes back to individuals who have tried practically everything and they decided, okay, I'm done. I need to change my environment. There's nothing here for me anymore. It's like you're having a relationship with a boy and you know that this boy has got nothing to offer you. And what do? You jump back to the next boy, or you just tell him, I'm done with you, and walk away. So it's something like that. Practically, I would use that analogy to describe the jackpot moves, all right? Now, in terms of this, there are different reasons why we could do this. If we can take a loan to build a house, if we can take a loan to study, is another way of investing in your future or your life. There are different ways we can also look at this. We can look at it from the perspective of individuals who decided to travel abroad. What are the benefits? What was the focus? The focus could be that they wanted to make life better for them. Back in the days, there was something that we used to do. I know of a bank that used to give loans to ladies who want to buy makeup kits and stuff like that. They called it the pink loan. Those that know that loan can attest to it. We also had the loan for individuals who wanted to travel abroad on holiday. They called it the holiday loan. Now, that is to cruise, catch cruise, have fun. Why won't I take a loan to invest in my life? Why won't I? Let's look at it from that perspective. People borrow monies from different people. You can go to the bank. You can ask people to give you monies. But what was the focus of you doing this? To invest in your future. Right now in Nigeria, how are the older ones cared for? How are they cared for? They're cared for by their younger ones, by the children. And let's look at it. Some people might have worked their whole lives for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. And after that, they give them 350,000 naira and tell them, oh, you have served us. Or they give you 1 million and say you have been fantastic. And that is it. 50 years. Probably this person is about 62 years old. What is the benefit of staying back in the country at that age? So we now look at it. Individuals who are trying to move outside the country are looking at health benefits. They're looking at their pensions. They're looking at different things that they can acquire for themselves and live a better, sane life. Right now, I have been having challenges coming for the show because of the traffic by axis. So why can't we come out of the house and go to wherever we want to go to? I'm saying record time will be there. There are different reasons why people want to leave the country. And it comes back to investment. And that is investing in their future. I would have on that 247. Now let's look at the downside where we have the exploitation playing its card. Yes, it's like a thing of we are they're giving something to us, but in another way, they're taking something from us. Now, let's look at it here. We are giving to our government, and they keep taking from us. What have they given to us? Have they given us sanity? Have they given us peace? Have they given us anything apart from, I talked about soaring food, for Christ's sakes. The cost of living is crazy right now all over the world. But in a country like Nigeria, that the average salary or minimum wage is about 30,000, which some people are not even getting up to that. Some people are getting about 10,000. If they have a way to leave the country and they can actually afford to get access to a loan facility, I am sure that they would do it. So yes, there are different ways we can look at it from. It's all about give and take at the end of the day. I rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you, Isi. So everyone has said quite a lot, but we'll take a short break so we can open our phone lines. We'll see you shortly.
This is it. for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
If you're just tuned in, it's our ladies' night out and we are discussing the topic, should we normalize relocating on loans? Please let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-8038-4663. Our phone line is now open and please call us on 070-2500-7749.
So, yeah, I wanted to add something while we're talking. So, I know we're talking about, is it right to normalize it? And Isi has greatly spoken for. And I think from her conversation, from the everything that she has said, and I think, yes, there is light there. Yeah. Because it helps the system, run itself. These are things that should be normal. Yeah. Because it's done outside the country and they have thriving economies. So this is an initiative that we should create a lot of awareness and buzz about, because to an extent it will help alleviate some level of poverty. It will help shock, let me use the word shock. So it will help shock some of this financial burden and strain on individuals because a lot of people want to do it for the right reasons, but they don't have the financial capacity to do it. But I think that there are some things we need to pay attention to, and I'll just list a couple of them out.
So before you go into that, right, I think I just want us to establish like a foundation, right, which will lead up to what you want to talk about. I know that a lot of people do not do enough research before they leave, right? And I feel like before you go to any country, it is important that you do research on that country and their labor laws, right? There are things that you can get away with in Nigeria, there are things that you can do here that you can't do over there. There are people in Nigeria who don't pay taxes, and then when you move abroad, your monthly income or even weekly income, a huge chunk of it goes to tax, right? And then you have your daily bills or monthly bills that you need to pay for. Okay, so I think we have a call from Loman. Hi Loman, can you hear us?
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Loman.
Good evening, Loman.
Let me start this way. If we have good government, people will not be collecting loan and travel out. It's quite unfortunate. If the economy is good, I'm telling you, people will be here schooling, making sure that they meet up their needs here in Nigeria than going there. But if our education here, the government prioritizes and make sure there is no more strike, people will stop going out to go and maybe you collect loan and go and study abroad. It's quite unfortunate. It's an anomaly. And we should not encourage that. What we need to do is to tell this government to do the right thing. Now, let me just tell us, people going outside, we need to normalize collecting loans. This has made some family members to run away from where they are living, because people will be coming after you. When those people go out, they go there, they did not achieve the reason of going out. They go there and live in shanty. Some of them live in shanty outside. At the end of the day, even some of them live by the roadside. People that collect loans to travel out. It's quite unfortunate because of the economic situation or instability of this country. So we should not normalize it, because a lot of family members will go into debt. Some of them will end up in prison because they will be going out. because you are connected to them and you did not repair back. The solid field that repair back. We have some of them over there, like travelers, and decided to leave a huge loan, a huge debt upon their family member, and they are struggling to pay it. So I don't want them to let them, don't normalize it. We don't need it, but what we need is government of the day do the needful. Let everything in this country be done well so that people will be happy to stay in this country, study in this country, enjoy this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Loman. Thank you, Loman. I mean, so for me personally, right? I'm kind of like on the fence about it because I hate being in debt, right? If I take a loan from someone, even a friend or a family member, right? Once is the due date, I tell you I'm going to pay you back in 2 days. That 2 days, take everything. I rather have nothing than to be in debt. But then I get it because there's this saying that says, now who they wear the shoe, now you know where they pay now, right? Sometimes there's some kind of dire situations where you have been pushed to the wall and there's really not much that you can do. And if taking a loan is like the best option for you, some people would rather do that, right? So I really cannot sit here and say, oh, don't take loan, it's not good. I'm not in your situation, right? Only you knows what's happening, and if you can handle it. For me, the most important thing is having a plan on how you want to pay back. And if you're going to be relocating with loan, you cannot just have just plan A. You need to have plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E. Every form of, but there has to be a lot of alternative, right? Because you cannot keep paying debt for the rest of your life. But NJ, you had something to say.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to do a run through of tips on when relocating on loan. There are certain things you need to pay attention to. I think the first and most important you've already mentioned, which is carrying out a proper research of the location you're going to and what is expected, what you have to do, what the living situation is like over there, how much you pay, check the financials, check the area, check security, availability to resources depending on what is important to you and if you can afford it. Then you have to get, I think for loans you have to get pre-approved, and it gives you a good idea of how much you're going to be paying over time, so that you can plan that into your financial schedule for that period of time that you're going to be out of the country, and so that it doesn't come as a financial burden and strain to your family members like Loma was given. And then I think another thing that you should pay attention to is the interest rate. People take loan. When you take loan from loan sharks, they give you different interest rates. You should always bargain for the best interest rate, which helps you and gives you the ability to be able to pay back at, because the price will definitely be shorter. Because if you take a high interest rate, then that is what cumulatively that comes to a big financial strain and burden to you.
Okay, please hold that thought. We have a call from Gabriel from Lagos. Hi, Gabriel.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Please get well. Okay. To me, relocating is the best option for Nigeria, because if the government provides loan for Nigeria, the currency of Nigeria has no value. Now, look at the rate of life, look at the interest rate of Nigeria. It's very high. Okay. If only you collect loan from them, what business are you going to use it for? What's going to be your profit? Okay, what are you going to do? What do you think that what do you think you are going to invest on that will bring profit to you? So if you can relocate, would you relocate to where you know that it will value to your life? That's it. Because if you keep on staying in Nigeria, sell all your property, you're not wasting your time. That's how Nigeria is. So, to me, any individual who wants to relocate, should relocate. But just relocate with sense. Relocate with sense. Don't go to any country, start doing life or selling drugs or something like that. Just make sure that you work and make your money, add savings to your life. That's it.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you so much. Isi, you had something to say.
Yes, I wanted to respond to what Loma said. There was something that resonated with me when he talked about individuals taking monies from family members and running away with the monies and not, paying back the monies. Now, there is a reason why banks have collateral. They must request for some sort of collateral. When I was in the banking sector at the time, we would request for, the only thing that we did not request for was your liver at the end of the day, bottom line. The key thing is that we requested for everything that we could hold on to and sell off, just in case. If you buy a car, that car can be retrieved from you and sold. And at the end of the day, you get your monies back. In Benin, I'm from Edo State, we have individuals who take ladies to Italy at the time. And what do? They will tell these ladies, you pay at a given time, within this period and this period, you pay. So at the end of the day, the burden is not on the it's not on the family. And afterwards, they start to live their lives. Whatever they decide to keep on with that profession, that's fine by them. What I'm just simply trying to say is that there are traditional ways you can actually go about this. There are different ways you can actually get your money back from whoever you're loaning your monies to. If it's a family member, that person is your family member. You can always reach out to that person. But if it's someone who you're not familiar with, then you have to take collateral. That's the reason why bankers take collateral. It's as simple as that.
Even with family members, right? I feel like people take family for granted, right? And that's something that upsets me about the family institution. It's the fact that people feel like you can do anything because I'm your brother, because I'm your sister. It's the entitlement for me, right? Yes. I believe that if you're going to take a loan from me, you should pay back. Except I tell you otherwise.
Giving it to your family member is not going to abscond with your monies because you always know how to reach out to that person.
I know. I refuse. See, you're saying this because you have a good conscience, right? You have morals. There are people that don't. I've seen these things, right? There are some family members that are wicked, and that's just the word, right? They really don't care. They are very selfish. They care about themselves. Where you can loan money from me and you will not pay back, right? Then sometimes you can actually be living with them in the house and they're not going to pay you. You live in the same state, same city, same country, and that's the end. They would even block you. You would never hear from them again. Not to talk of when you have stepped out. So just imagine, not when you have stepped out from Nigeria, like you're no more in the country. How am I supposed to get my money back? I mean, I'm not saying don't give her money, please. Loan money to your blood, your friends. If you have it, if you can't, I would typically advise people, give out money that you feel like
you can do away with.
Yeah, once it's gone, it's gone, right? Or maybe people that you know have good credit score. People that you know that, you've loaned them money in the past and they've always paid back. Right? In situations like that, you can go out of your way to just give them like huge sums of money. But if you're not sure, to avoid stories that touch the heart, tread lightly. Angie, you were saying something earlier.
Oh no, I had actually concluded that I think the most important thing is the last thing was to understand the terms and conditions of your loan.
Yeah.
Some people don't read through that they don't read through the guidelines, they don't read through the terms and conditions. They just want a loan, they want the money. And eventually, like Lawman said, and you leave that burden, and also EC said, you leave that burden for your family members because you've given out your address as your location, but you're moving out of the country. So by the time they come there and you have a family member there, maybe a sister or brother, that's another burden. It doesn't have to be financial, but that's another burden because the Nigerian police will pick up whoever they see, or the operatives or agencies in charge wanting to get their money back will pick up whoever is in charge. So that's a burden. And if you're not in the country, that just leaves them, out there. Yeah, stranded. That's the word.
Vulnerable.
Yeah. Anyway, so final words for me, right? I wish everyone well. A happy relocation, happy staying back. The most important thing is that you are happy, you are at peace, and life is going well for you. And if it isn't at the moment, just stay strong, and I hope and pray that you find the light and things work out eventually. But anyway, thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, beautiful Mary. Thank you, gorgeous NJ. And thank you, amazing EC. It was great having you guys on the show. But before we go, do ensure you follow us on Instagram at Way Show Africa. You can interact with us further. Drop a comment, and most importantly, follow all our social media engagements. And remember to like, share, comment, and invite your friends and family to watch us and follow us. If you missed today's quote, here it is again. Many a man thinks he is buying pleasure when he's really selling himself to it. And this is by Benjamin Franklin. See you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Bye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Good people, I greet you. It's great to reminisce about good memories of my past. A past that shaped my present, and a present that hopefully will shape not only my future, but that of our children and the incoming generation. My name is Igo Temu Oko, born and bred in Warri, Delta State. Warri of those days was a town of peace, purpose, and communal spirit. Trusts were hardly betrayed. Support for each other was the order of the day. Growing up in Warri was fun. With the beauty of our rich culture and traditions, we often looked with nostalgia to the season of Okere Juju, an annual masquerade festival with epic center of the celebration at Okere main roundabout or square. The elegance and beauty of the festival, graced by masquerades in attires almost akin to the costume and apparel worn by Eyo Masquerade in Lagos. It is a mix of culture, tradition, dancing, and humor. So don't wander too far when you ask how Warri has evolved to be the root of comedy. It is rooted in our culture. I also recall with fond memories the great Agbasa Juju Cultural Festival, a colorful festival celebrated by the people of Agbara Warri Kingdom. It is a warlike festival popularly called Agbasa Juju. The date of the festival is chosen according to the Urhobo native market days by the Olotu and the elders of the kingdom, where the respective towns are expected to come in a dance procession with their warlike costumes. What a beauty to behold. I wonder how deep and rich our children are today in our culture and traditions. Interesting cultures are warning for different reasons, ranging from westernization to mere indifference of traditional institutions and practice. Time won't permit me to delve much on what we miss as a nation. if we do not preserve our culture. This is a serious food for thought for us as a nation. Yes, Warri was fun, but the need for education took me out of Warri at the age of 17 when I got admission to the University of Lagos. At 17, I was bold enough to take on the world. I was wise enough to understand the import of education and the need to be focused in life. Strange enough, it was also my first time in Lagos, Warri boy in Lagos, but I was armed with enough street sense needed for my survival. And of course, I never went back. Coping with life in Lagos was no challenge. It was not different from life in Warri. Those trust elements of my days in Warri were also found in Lagos. In the mid-80s, I recall one particular scenario, and it sets me thinking if such still exists in our Nigeria of today. There was this vendor in front of the big Senate building at that time. I describe the Senate building as big because it was probably one of the biggest buildings I've seen at that time. Those were years when our local football league was popular and embraced by all Nigerians. You read about the exploits of Iwayawu National, New Nigerian Bank of Benin, Bedell Insurance of Benin, NNPC Football Club of Warri, Seasiders Football Club of Warri, ICC Shooting Stars, BCC Lions of Boko, Abiola Babes, stationery stores, and a host of others. Every Sunday morning, we will rush to the front of the Senate building to read results of the matches played over the weekend from the back page of Tribune newspaper. How such news got published early in those days still baffles me. We were the ones they call Free Readers Association. Then we will pick the papers, read and return. Those who wish to buy will drop money inside a cup or a bowl by the newsstand and walk away. Curiously, in my 4 years in Unilag, I never set my eyes on who the vendor was. Nobody had the mind of stealing his papers, and we never had, for once, of any incident of theft. How it was done, I could not even figure out. Such was the extent of trust in our time. Can we make bold to say the same scenario can play itself out in today's Nigeria? What do we have today? Mutual suspicion of each other? Distrust in all facets of life? How did we get here? What happened to those glorious years of our local football, rich culture, and enviable traditions? Can we change the narrative? Can we turn back the hand of the clock? With a will? Yes, we can. Let us start from our youths, the leaders of tomorrow. I think that the best thing we can do for our children is to allow them to do things for themselves, allow them to be strong, and allow them believe more in themselves, imbibe in them that identity that was so strong in molding us to who we have become today. Then we are building a foundation for their greatness. It is not enough to revel in the glory of the good old days. It is important to take the lessons, right the wrongs. It is not too late. Our children deserve a better and greater future, not stories about the good old days. To this end, I therefore join Sir Shomore Badejo in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters.
Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money. as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guest at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada. Pleased to see you again.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Messi. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have 2 callings from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, you know, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
Yeah.
do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, you know, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the net of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, you know, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping the, what's it called? How are they helping the people, the church members, and all that? But not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in at this point. I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes. Pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, you know, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist, and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, you know, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, you know, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church, the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax. I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, you know, regular church activities, away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. You know, if you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. You know, my kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is, you know.
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, you know, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, you know, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, you know, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. It will be difficult to maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
You had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anene?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes, just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria, And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
More than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church. Religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you were not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out. Do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is lack of accountability. Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability, because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable. And I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious. And topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods. And we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations, if a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, you know, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, with Ose's conversation, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, you know, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndidi, I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background. Your mother is a professor. You literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here. I will be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians? Why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, you know, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Mercy. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, will be feeding people in the village. Mercy, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, you know, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drugs. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there, was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you are allowing, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the result of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetrate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay. I have a problem where, you know, one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. You have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. They have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. The restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, I can't seem to find the answer to this. This is like this. It looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. This side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches gets this scrutiny that, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. Every day we're like, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same, and the help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings, and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
What is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. If, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We are thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bayelsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. Our president, they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jamal local government. What is 104 buses? even for Jamaa local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jamaa local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulope.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests. Ose Anene Ndikato, your input, brilliant input. Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulokwe. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Deputy Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa presides over Ondo ESCO's meeting. And whistleblowing policy and corruption in Nigeria. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. After months of bickering between the executive and the legislative arms in Ondo State, the Deputy Governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, presided over a State Executive Council meeting in Akure, the state capital, on Thursday. The ESCO's meeting occurred after months of political wrangling between the Deputy Governor and Governor Rotimi Akeredolu's loyalists. The crisis was occasioned by the absence of the governor, who has been out of the state for months due to ill health. Last Friday, President Bola Tinubu summoned the warring factions to a meeting in Abuja, where it was agreed that the deputy governor should continue to perform his duties as deputy governor. The ESCO meeting might be an indication that the political impasse in the state may have come to an end. However, the governor's second term since January 2023 has not been a smooth sail, as he had to be flown abroad for treatment over a medical condition. The 67-year-old politician returned to Nigeria in September after months overseas, but has been in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Akeredolu has been under intense pressure from opposition parties to resign or hand over power to his deputy in line with the 1999 Constitution. Joining us is the human rights lawyer and political analyst, Allen Showore. Allen, good to have you again on Plus Politics.
Good evening.
So, can we say in realpolitik terms that there is a modicum of progress, but on constitutional terms, it's still same of the same? Hello, Allen.
How would you? I can hear you.
How would you want to respond to my inquiry? Is this the stem of the... Go ahead.
There is so much motions, those stay without movement. What is constitutional cannot be done by mere political meandering. So I do not expect much difference until we are honest with ourselves and accept that the governor is ill, and for now, he needs to attend to his health and allow for the deputy governor, which is provided for by the Constitution, to steer the ship of the state. Simple. I have so much respect for the president, and I've been waiting to see the outcome of the resolution, how it will be put in operation. And today we have seen it. It's not going to work. Somebody must be in charge. And that's the law. The president cannot suspend the Constitution. He cannot like one person above 5.3 billion good people of Ondo State who desire good governance. And I'm very sure by now, even the president will be getting report that that resolution is not. He must be in charge of Ondo State. Somebody, is either the governor or an acting governor. That is the law. So we must embrace the law, the provision of the law.
In realpolitik terms, you will agree with me that there is at least a modicum of a movement. There were weeks on end, weeks, if not months, that the Executive Council could not even hold its meeting. Today, it held its meeting. But apart from that, at least there is now a semblance of governance. you and some other puritanical constitutionalists may, and I'm sorry, it's not even a derogatory term, but those of you who are puritanical constitutionalists may want willy-nilly that Akeredolu must submit his letter of resignation and Ayedatiwa be made the substantive governor. But this is better than what it was or what it's been for months. How would you respond to that?
Yes, I am not one of those people who are saying Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu should resign ultimately. What I'm saying and what I've been saying and what I will still say is that the governor should simply step aside, attend to his health, transmit power. He is still the governor, but he should transmit power to his deputy to continue as acting. That will not stop him from receiving his salary. That will not stop him from the state taking up his medical bill. But somebody must be in charge of Ondo State. Like you rightly observed, the state executive meeting held today, if you have had any outcome, there was nothing. It was just mere ceremony. Because even as a lawyer, I can tell you authoritatively, the person who can preside over ESCO meeting of a state is either the governor or an acting governor. There's no provision that the deputy governor can preside over ESCO meeting. He must be acting governor. He must have that capacity of either the governor or an acting governor. So why are we running away from the fact? Why are we running away from the obvious?
The suit that you people filed, I guess the last time we spoke, you intimated us with the fact that you have filed a litigation concerning the ruling party respecting the integrity of the 1999 Constitution. How far with that litigation now?
Yes, that is one of the major mistakes that the Abuja Accord has recorded. Some of us who you could call stakeholders were not invited to the meeting. So the problem is a problem of Ondo State. But at that meeting, it was reduced to the problem of APC. And with due respect to whoever conceived the idea of that meeting, that was the mistake. And Mr. President presided over that meeting as the chairman of APC and not as the president of Nigeria. So we are happy that they are come out with their own resolution. But for some of us who are stakeholders, we consider that our interest is connected to this. We are in court. So their decision will not affect us. If I am not part of your meeting, how will your decision affect me? To God be the glory. Let them put their decision or their resolution into practice while we pursue our own different independent legal pursuits.
But you and I know that the wheel of justice can sometimes be very, very slow in our jurisdiction. And within the context of the time left now for the tenure of Ogbeni Akeredolu, of Arakunrin Akeredolu to end, the action may indeed be ultimately superfluous. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, let me bring you up to speed with what is happening in Ondo State. A state high court today has granted an order stopping the inauguration.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello, how would you?
You said the state high court had granted an order stopping
the inauguration of the caretaker interim management committee today, which is interim management committee at the various local governments in Ondo State, the one that are constitutional and the one that are created recently. And the court has said no, because that again is unconstitutional. Section 7 of the Constitution is clear. Shall be administered by democratically elected people. So putting up a caretaker is illegal. The court has come clear to say you can't do that. And so that is a plus for the people.
Okay, Alan Sowore, we may have...
Will of Justice grants slowly. We are already having constitutional crisis in Ondo State. Approvals are getting stalled. So we get to a stage where everything will just stand still. And they will have no option. It is either they bring out Governor Oluwaru Timothy Hail to preside or to continue his office, or they willingly allow somebody, which is the deputy governor, to assume the position of acting governor. There is no two way about it. There are no two ways about it.
Some may want to say that as we speak, whether people like you like it or not, there is progress, at least relative to the total state of inactivity and non-action that prevailed for months. So if the court, which is the only constitutional recourse that people like you have, if the courts have not pronounced regarding what prevails now, at least those who want to see governance will at least be taking respite in this contraption that has started existing from today. How would you respond to that?
Whatever is happening now is still widow dressing. It's widow dressing. It has not solved the problem. We have today, again, flooded on the various new media platforms. Forged signature of the governor. Forged signature of the governor. That has to be investigated. Who has been forging the signature of the governor? Who? So what they are trying to do is widow dressing. You must address the issue on its root. Is the governor available? Is he on ground to carry on his duty?
But if you are certain,
no.
If you are
what does the law say? Whenever the governor is not available.
Hello, Alan Sowore. If you are certain fraud or forgery, if you are certain fraud or forgery, you know that's just mere allegation. It will take a court of competent jurisdiction to pronounce that those signatures are forged, because you never know, maybe the governor himself signed those documents that you are alleging to be forged.
You know, when I make pronouncement on national TV like this, you know that I am equally prepared and I'm ready to take up legal and constitutional means to challenge such. We have been calling for such documents. And we will go to court the moment we have our evidence, the moment we gather everything. We are going to go to court to see who has been forging the signature of the governor.
No, I am telling you that I also have a duty in journalism. I have a duty in ethics to let you know that in so much as you can assert that something is forged, until that thing is pronounced by a court of competent jurisdiction, it will stand as an allegation. Do we agree on that?
I'm not saying that it is not an allegation. An allegation can be broadcast on national TV. I am alleging that some element in Ondo State has been forging the signature of the governor. And I'm saying that I will take it up and some other legal minds to challenge this by the time we completed gathering our evidence. So there's nothing to fear. I know you have to protect the ethics of your profession. But I'm just saying that allegations are real. Some element have been forging the signature of the governor. And that's where we are in Ondo State.
Alan Sowore, some persons in Ondo State who at this juncture don't want to come on camera are saying that people like you are surreptitiously working for the deputy governor, that you are indeed making this force because you are latently supporting the machination of letting the deputy governor be made substantive governor because you are his person. How would you want to respond to that? That's an allegation, but I have to ask you that direct question.
It is the same people who blame the opposition. Oh, there's no opposition in Ondo State, opposition is dead. It is the same people who said, this could not have happened in the days of vibrant youth in Ondo State. The same people will turn around and say, I'm working for the deputy governor. To God be the glory. I want to work for progress. I want to work for my conscience. I want to work for the good people of Ondo State. So who is working for this darkness? These angel messengers of darkness, who has brought this darkness to Ondo State? Who has created this?
So you are telling the world that this is basically an altruistic duty primarily for the constitutional integrity of Nigeria, and indeed primarily for the respect of the 1999 Constitution.
Exactly. I expected, even by now, that Mr. President should have invited the Attorney General for his advice in the situation in Ondo State. I expected that some of our senior lawyers, because this is the same position, that if Gani Fawemi, who is incidentally was from Ondo State, will have gone to court to challenge. And you agree with me that many of our senior lawyers in Ondo State are not talking.
Thank you, Alan. I really want to appreciate you. About time we ended it. We go for a short break, and when we're back, we'll take on the second segment of the show. The whistleblowing policy was launched in Nigeria on December 21, 2016 to encourage people to voluntarily disclose information about fraud and other forms of corruption or theft. The federal government of President Muhammadu Buhari acknowledged the failure whistleblowing to yield results, saying it has lost momentum. The policy rewards a whistleblower who provides information about any financial mismanagement or tip about any stolen funds to the ministry's portal, with 2.5% to 5% from the recovered funds by the Nigerian government. Now looking at corruption in Nigeria and large spendings of government in Nigeria, does whistleblowing still exist? Joining us is the Program Manager, African Center for Media and Information Literacy, AFRICMIL, Godwin Onyachulem. Godwin, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you too?
Fine, thank you, Godwin. The whistleblowing policy that was implemented by the Buhari administration was at best eclectic and at worst an insult to the Nigerian public. How would you respond to that?
Well, I'll start by saying that, I mean, if I'm not going to give the Buhari administration credit for anything, I'll give them credit for introducing the whistleblowing policy. The whistleblowing policy happens to be one of the most creative strategies in Buhari's, anti-corruption fight. A number of strategies were introduced, but the whistleblowing policy happens to be the most creative one among them. And the policy was introduced December 2016, by the Buhari administration through the Federal Minister of Finance, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun. When the policy was initially introduced, it caught on among the people. The enthusiasm was great. People were interested. That was the first time the Nigerian people were being invited to join the fight against corruption. It has never happened. No government has ever brought the people into the fight against corruption. And the Buhari government thought that, they needed the people because they realized that corruption cannot be fought alone by the government, so they must involve the people. And that was the reason whistleblowing policy. Yes, that was the reason the whistleblowing policy was introduced, and it caught on very well. It started
Godwin,
like a wildfire.
Godwin,
I can hear you.
Some of us, for more than a decade, agitated for the proper submission of an executive bill to the National Assembly for a whistleblowing law to come into effect. Some listening to you now may think you are being unduly lenient to the Buhari administration because President Buhari, apart from the Federal Minister of Finance, had an Attorney General who sat in his office for 8 years and did not deem it fit to submit an executive bill to the legislature for that policy that the average Nigerian was ready to engage with to become law. They wasted our time and indeed made a mess of the policy and ultimately made Nigerians now to further be disillusioned. If such a very positive law that we've seen in other jurisdictions work, if it were to be submitted to the legislature now, how would you respond to that?
I think I agree with you to some extent, but I wouldn't agree with you to the extent that it's a hopeless law. It's a hopeless. There's no law yet. It's still a policy. It's one thing. I would discredit the Buhari government for was the fact that a government that had the good sense to introduce that policy ought to have also followed up, with an executive bill. I totally agree with you. And it stems from the lack of political will to fight corruption. If there was the will, to really fight corruption by the Buhari administration, I think it would have, gone on to follow up that whistleblowing policy with an executive bill and ensured that that bill was passed before the 8-year tenure expired. Yeah, to that extent, I think I agree with you. You know, that it was a failure on their part
Godwin,
not to ensure that
Godwin, I think, hello?
The law, you know, so I think the evidence of the political will of the administration to really fight corruption, and we could not see it. We could all see that at the end of the day, the Buhari government didn't fight corruption. You know, it just came and then, instead of really...
You see,
sorry?
It's ironic that we seem to agree, but maybe, just maybe, I am sounding more like an average Nigerian, an average disillusioned Nigerian who is so disappointed at the missed opportunity of the Buhari administration. I guess, somebody like you who is a professional, who knows that sometimes it's tough for things to move from non-existence to inchoate, the inchoate existence we had under Buhari of the policy. Maybe you are at least a bit glad. But I am telling you now that to an average educated Nigerian, many are feeling insulted that Buhari's administration practically abused their senses by showing them or indicating that it wanted to fight corruption but ended up leaving a sloppy policy. And you know too that there is a major difference between policy and law. But we seem to agree, but you seem to be a bit very lenient with the administration, maybe because you were positively enamored that the policy came into being.
Yes, I mean, to that, yeah, I think, I think that, I mean, it was better than not having that policy. If we didn't have that policy, I didn't know what we would be talking about now. There would be no advocacy for at least that policy has done two things now. One, it has challenged the culture of silence among the citizens of this country. So that policy has come out to say that you don't have to keep quiet when you observe wrongdoing or corruption around you. The second thing the policy has done to the Nigerian people is to challenge that culture of acquiescence, the culture of agreeing, of agreeing with, wrongdoing, as if it is legitimate, practices that seem to make practices that seem to make wrongdoing legitimate. That culture is challenging it. It says that you can't keep quiet now. At least we have that. But I think, I still, it's painful that we don't have a law yet. But we are driving towards that. There is an executive bill already, which was approved by FEC in December last year. So we were thinking that before the Buhari government winds up, in May 2029, we would have submitted that.
Mr.
Submit it to the National Assembly.
Mr. Oyechalom.
Yes.
Let me chase.
I can hear you.
Let me chase one of the most important reasonings that you have submitted in this short program. One of the most important reasonings I have discerned from your point is the fact that the policy properly implemented. Initially, the policy was quite well engaged by Nigerians, and properly implemented, that policy could have democratized the fight against corruption, would have saved the state a lot of the wastefulness that we use to pretend to be fighting corruption, would have brought in enormous amount of revenue to the Commonwealth back from those who have stolen it, would have incentivized activism from the general public. So look at all the pockets of opportunities that the misapplication of that policy seem to have squandered now. And yet, somebody played penalty to throw in, and you seem to be praising that player. That after all, he handed the jersey. About penalty not throwing in now. He kept penalty to throwing.
I think that we're missing something. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes. I think that we're missing something. You know, where I also agree with you that there is poor implementation of the policy. You know, the policy is domiciled now in the Federal Ministry of Finance in a unit called the Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit. So that unit is the one that manages the whistleblowing policy. They are not funded. They are not trained in any way. They are not mobilized method. Even when persecuted for making disclosures on corrupt practices in their various organizations, are entitled to protection. That's
unfortunately, hello. The network is as it is. We may go for a
nobody that I have. Can you hear me? Who is being persecuted today? Has it been?
Go ahead. Wrap it up.
Yes. I'm saying that the policy is managed by PICA. It's in the Federal Ministry of Finance, a unit in the Federal Ministry of Presidential Initiative on Continuous Audit. They are the managers of the policy. So they are not funded. They are not trained.
Mr. Godwin Onyechalam, thank you so much. I think you must be a very generous marker. I would have loved to be your student because all your students will be getting A++ even when they are sloppy or not distant, because you seem to be a generous awarder of marks. It's been a pleasure, my brother. We will do this another time. Time is so against us. Thank you. We want to thank you for this
thank you so much. Thank
fine
you so
engagement.
much.
Thank you. Today's throwback. Balogun Ajayi Ogboriefon. If you are a Yoruba person with a Yoruba Oba still as the king of your place of origin or ancestry, you owe this brilliant 19th century Ibadan general a posthumous thank you. Ajayi Ogboriefon, Balogun, meaning field commander and leader of the last pre-British colonization battalion of Ibadan Army in the Jalumi War, or Battle of Ikirun, the final war with which the Yoruba stopped Fulani incursion and expansion of Ilorin-type colonization, circa 1860 and 1878, was, like most celebrated Ibadan generals of the generation and the generations before him, a native of Ejigbo from the Akala compound. His mother, Alagbabi, was the daughter of an Ogiyan of Ejigbo. After all, today's Ibadan land, which originally belonged to the Egbas before it was usurped by a collection of rascals and toffees from the nooks and crannies of Yoruba land, was like a military academy. Indeed, legend has it that even Ogedengbe, the military tactician who ultimately liberated the Ijeshas and the Ekitis from oppressive Ibadan suzerainty, was himself an alumnus of the rapacious 19th century informal Ibadan War College. Ogboriefon, a revered figure in Ibadan's military history, distinguished himself as a formidable warrior and astute military strategist, Known for his valor and tactical acumen, Ogbori Efon played a pivotal role in leading Ibadan's forces during critical campaigns, one of which, as a young officer, he went behind a fantastic Efon Alaye sniper who was fatally aiming at his fellow Ibadan troopers, decapitated him and brought his blood-stained head back to his camp. Hence the moniker or the alias Ogbori Efon. His contributions to the defense of Yoruba territories were marked by strategic insights and unwavering dedication to safeguarding the sovereignty of the Yoruba kingdoms. Ogbori Efon's military exploits and leadership prowess were significant during the 19th century, particularly in defense against external threats and incursions into Yoruba land. His indelible mark on Ibadan's legendary military history underscores the unwavering commitment and courage displayed by the city's warriors in the face of formidable challenges and adversaries. His legacy as a respected military leader further enriches the narrative of Ibadan's pivotal role in the defense of the Yoruba people during a critical period in the region's history. And that's it for tonight. I am Bola Oba.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
مثلا هكا أزل العراقي ما بان بلكي حالة انتحار بلكي مخو انتحار كربا.
This is Stuttgart, an industrial city in southwest Germany, a manufacturing hub. The city is home to companies that made Germany famous for its engineering excellence. People say it's the German way of living and thinking. We are here today to see how Germany has put that expertise into practice, not in technology, but in changing lives of a few.
We took only those that couldn't be helped there. If they were in a good condition or if their family structure was intact, of course, we said then stay there. We only took the most severe cases.
It's a chilly morning, and at the metro station, we are waiting for Lamia Bashar. Lamia is a Yazidi girl whose life changed in August 2014, the day Islamic State militants reached Kocho village in the province of Sinjar.
About
what the fate of these Yazidi women and children have been, but to have ISIS actually admit...
Lamia had just finished middle school when Islamic State militants threatened to kill everyone unless they converted to Islam. Islamic State was targeting Yazidis in an effort to purge Iraq of all non-Islamic influences. Yazidis are a Kurdish-speaking religious minority with their own faith. We already know of Lamia. She is one of the group of Kocho girls who were taken captive by Islamic State.
One girl.
In August 2017, we produced a short feature on missing girls. With the help of watercolor paintings, our small story was named The Last Dance of Kocho and Its Missing Girls.
Escaping in March.
After seeing our story, Yazidi activist and humanitarian Mirza Dinai called us to say that he knew where the girls were. And he said Lamia was here, in Germany. Dinai is something of a hero in these parts. We will come back to him, but now Lamia is here. My excitement at finding Lamia in person is so intense that I cannot focus my camera when she first appears with her brother Wad and friends from Sinjar. She's tiny, beautiful, and mature for her age. Life has tested her more than many of her peers.
The girls knew they were going to be sold as sex slaves.
Lamia just had face surgery. She's ready to talk to us, but only after a week of rest.
So total, how many girls you said? 1,100 women and children were in...
We used the time to find other missing girls in southwest Germany. Mirza Dinai started a program called Airbridge Iraq, a humanitarian organization to bring Iraqi children and terror victims to Germany. With his help, the Home Ministry of German state of Baden-Württemberg brought more than 1,100 survivors to Germany in the hope of giving them a better life. Some of the IS victim girls from Kocho came to Germany through this program. During our 9-day journey, we meet many girls and families. Each story sounds more horrific than the one before. Salwa Khalaf was just 16 when she was captured by IS militants, also known as Daesh. She remembers exactly.
حتى ساعة هشتي سبي أزان فستيب ومن زاني تشوفوا شكينا حسياب ومشي معنا وساعة سي شرطة سبيكر وساعة سي داعشاتن هابين بو دنيا قرم بو العراقي خلق السر خانيوان تنفي مسر خاني تنفستيبون ساعة سي بشيف أزبيجم مامي أو تلفونا بابي مقربون قود بون شرة اجبر أمل شنقال دابون بداية شر الشنقال نبو القندادة دا سبيكر وان تلفونا بابي مقربو قود بون شر الفيدري داكو بابي مزاني بس نقود نما ساعة هشتي سبي نوم راب ساعة هشتي سبي كم بخو حسيان بتلفونا كيف بخو حسيان كوري خالي من تلفون كر قود كاهم تشتكن أم تشكينا حسياب ونجي هكا سراب مسر خو بجا قصرامة وسا دي طابق بوقلك أبلندبو أسراب موسى مال شارع نيري شارع تجي خلق بو خلقهم بيا بازدان هريكي بدرك إذا بازدا متشك في منتكر يعني شو ما الدنيا قاعدة منزاني أو أبدا نحياتها ما بو أو.
Only Salwa can define what is normal for her now. Salwa now lives in Freiburg, a beautiful city in southwest Germany. Seeing her confidence in her new life, one might think she has left the past behind. But when she talks about it, it is still so fresh.
بابي مين ما تقول عم ترى كذا ناتش نشبر هكا جدلها تنهكا هذا هكا أمل كربن هروي ما قرن جاب لا أمل ما لا خدها بنو هو نحو جيمشن درجاتي حتى تقريبا ساعد أزبيجم ده يانستا راسي اسنزام تشن بالضبط بس تا درنشي أمل ما ده ونشتوي كيام دركتن أم تشون ام قشتنا جياوان ام بداية دركت بيش مرقانا هي لان ام دركت سيطرة داني بمنتي لان خالق دركها في مشكلة اشبر فيكي قال لك هاتنا قرتن يعني از خوص هيك مشبر فيكي صارنا قرتن اشبر ريت قرتن ونتي لان دركها تقول هنا بكيد شنو نزعل شيء جا مجبور من شون رياكا دور دربن ما شون رياكا ديبر ام قشتنا جيا يعني مقشتنا لوفا بيشي قال لك يخبص ابو ترمبي لك الشارع ده خراب او بخنا خراب بس نزل جينارة كيما بو أو شيء سنيبو وساكر بو ترمبيل سكنا بو دا ترمبيل ديني كاربين ترباس بن أم قشت نويدر وساكنين تالي رد أزبيشم ضد عاش ونزان مسيبون بتني بيا هاتون سلاحوا أول دسيوان دبون قوتن قداون.
The same day, IS militants took Salwa to Mosul. About 500 girls were gathered in a big hall. After 15 days, she finally understood what was going on. IS militants were coming to buy girls and take them. Salina and other girls were watching from the windows. They saw IS militants take several carloads of men to the pool.
سلاحة خوافهمو وبشتين جمع حساس سلاحة ما هم أقرأ قوتين ما جوز لامات كوجن.
Within moments, hundreds of brothers, fathers, uncles, husbands, and sons were gone. Khudir Hassan was one of them, down below. Khudir could see everything. One IS militant was filming with a camera, and the others were around.
Pishtva yaki gote da sejara bankar go Allahu Akbar, hammal pira sejara go Allahu Akbar, udra uidi sawe ka gote Allahu Akbar go ermi, مخالف فرح تايل برده خست أو تلقى الوان دانب سر مدك هاتن، تلقى كل منك هات جارة بري، تلقى كل منك هات بو بشتيكا خلاص كرين، بشتيكا تلقى ليدان هاتشي حسوا وجي هاد بازاني بانا هيجي ساغا. وأويكا قوتيا دا أويكا أمر داي قوتيا إرمي تات بواروريا كديل سري ويدا ودهار ويجيل من نادا بشتيكا تشغيش باما دور كهتن ويتشوبانا فاني ركي قمسة لكي رساسي المبو قو يكي قوتا ويقو هاي رساسي قو نامريا قو يساغا نظام مخالفان نظام شلوس ديتم قو يساغا. إجدور تلقاك باردامة يعني إنها تراسري مو باردامة إجدور تقريبا مسافة بيشش كيلومتر باردامة وصل بشتاستوي مفات شارخي بس ناقهشتا هستي بس تيرا شارخي دركت تتيدا نما تلقى مخاهرنا لفان جوان كزي مريما نها تبامة.
While Khudir was still figuring out that he was alive and wondering how to escape, the girls at the nearby school were terrified, not knowing what was going to happen to them. IS militants picked all the girls who did not have children and took them to a park.
هم سادو هناك كاتك داري خسنا حديقة دربة إد بيزارو قلتنا بنتزوجينا داري خسناش دربة هتا ساعد دهي بشيفل نفوي حديقي دابون وباس عنينا باسيد مازن النفرة ددوجي عنينا مكرني دا برنا موصل كاتشك برن كنا مالا كموصل دا سيتا بقى مازن بو برن كرني دا هنا كاتشك دي ديزي دي تيدابو أو جوكو ما قلت تشلون كرنا بالدا كو وسا وكتين شيخي وان أميري وان تيانيف ماكو مات فروشيا هرياكو يا فروشيا ياكو هرياكي ياكي دي دا هادي أبيو.
Salwa was captured with a different group from Salina. Each girl had her own fate.
أمسيكا تقول أم أنينا بعاج أم بقيرانا بعاج يعني بشتي إيش بيصد كتشكي تقريبا صد كتشكما يديها مكرين شخورة أم برين الويدر يمروشة كمان ودي ساعات نديان كتشكا بكرن أو يكال باما بوجيلان باتش خلقات العزير بو اشترساخو كشت الباما رايد استيخو قد كرن. جيلان مقابلي من نارون اشتيبو وبري جيلان جي خرابي مقوت هفالاخو مقوت جيلان طبيعية هفالا مقوت قو أم هموت وسانا قو يكيش ما هاجي خلينا قو يعني في حالي دكيش ما هاجي خو هيا.
Salwa learned that Jilan's sisters had an idea that she could commit suicide, but they didn't stop her.
بيجم يعني نحلبو ما بخو يعني قالك جارة ما محاولة كر أسخبو كشم يعني لهنك ظروف هذا بس كشت النحلة هكاش هكا خشكت ويقودبان إشبر فيكي جيلان شوية حمامي دا منتهي لا خوب كشي أو لحظة كشي هرب سحمة ريبو وقت جيلان خو كشتي بشتي جيلان قالك يديجي محاولة كرن الباما انهيار الباما تشيبو يعني شتل أم تعبين بانصدروجا هموكي بس كابوس بو ترصد لما همو قاعدة بو كان جدوراك هشمت هرجار تاعتن هناك تكرين وهرجارك قاعدة كدبان هريكي خشكا كوبي بربون هريكي هفالا كوبي بربون والنزاني كان جدورا وانا أم همو اللي بيا دورا خبون قالك جارة أم التحبين ما تقولك ها خزيبين مشخورة ببن بس مش في حالي خلاص كن أم تحبين منابين بتربي تشتي ببين ما بدس هيك ذكرتن بدس وزاد السي ماشي خود تذكرنا الدارة المدار الدارة دس ماشي خود تذكرن بورامات كيشان يا بشتي جيلان هنا جدي محاولة كنو خبكوشن
This is another Jilan. She's 16 now, so she was a child when she was captured 4 years back. Jilan speaks out for probably the first time, and her story is horrific. But for that, we will have to reach Tübingen, a university town in south of Germany. By this time, Lamia is also ready to talk. Lamia is Salina's sister. They live in the same complex. While Salina is talking to Dakhil, I have a chance to visit Lamia's room and see her picture gallery.
Sakharov.
I do not speak Kurdish, but Lamia makes things clear.
Das ist in Italien. Das ist Vater.
Okay.
Bruder? Brother.
Okay. Who?
Kadri.
Oh, girl Kadri.
Und Almas.
So where is Kadri?
Here.
Okay, she's in Germany now?
No, das ist in Bomb.
Oh, Bomb, she died?
Yes.
Oh.
Und Almas.
Oh, Almas.
Yes.
She was with you, right?
Yes.
She died?
Yes.
Okay.
Und Vater.
Mother, yeah.
Und Mother.
Where is your mother here?
Nee.
Wait. Where is she?
Yes.
Kidnapped?
Yes.
Not yet back?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Sister. Salina.
Oh, Salina, yeah.
Wahl.
Ah.
Yes. Und das ist mein Freund.
Okay.
Yes. Und das ist ich.
You?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Und das ist she.
Who?
Ich.
Oh, you?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Das ist Katrin.
Kadri, okay.
Und das ist Almas.
Almas.
Yes. Und das ist mein Haus.
Oh, in Rukocho?
Yes. Das ist Dalal. Und das ist Samia. Und das ist Hamdia. Und das ist ich.
Meanwhile, Salina is telling my colleague Dakhil Shammo how she tried to stop the militants from taking Lamia away from her.
Amman, am penju haft shnef garten, Azulla miabunu hardo khushkin ma avinu na avinu kaç mama mamun kun jedibu ambaran karna basa ke saat 5 sabahi ishmugusil ambaran faruna suri ambarna raqai او زلامي هكلام يا اختار كري كوس تنا اختارنا كوستا فيراناب از هشتم الوردة كلك محاولة بيكريام وشومل بيو رالي نابو بره لام ياجي نفس عمد كرو كوس ناچم يا خوشكا خرابي پور گرتنو کرنا ترام بيلو داري کرت.
Salina stayed at the same place for 2 days. One evening at 8 p.m., when she was alone at home, she decided to run away.
از هاتشوم دورني في ساعتش معلي دور كتم كان ما معلا كده كاميرا بدري حوشي بابو از ديبو چهار بنا مال از ديبو زاني زبكي فرحي دا چويمه هاتن الدري مال كده ما مال كي قيامي تا دنيا وتعديل ماكن از دامي قولني دا قوال باما از برم رابونا مو برم ديسا كان ما مالكا ديدا ديسا وي أبو أحمدي از سه روزالوی مالی دبون کچکا کردیش کندیم نتی دبون آوی ناری بانبو تنهایی جلبا داشته نهاتی از او 4 روزالوی مالی دبون و دیس عملوی ساعت 8 صبحی ما باز ده حرازی بردیری بو و هر دو عیالی روان نفستی بو کان نپی مادا بسلاحه کان نپی مادا و کرنا قوتا خود کرنا پی ما باز دم نساکنین ما شکایت خواه آویتن ما گورا آویتن دستمانگ ما آویتن ما خواه همو بتشتی راش کربو ما بعدم چون الجسر کی ساکنی تلقا سر مرا بردانم نساکنی ما خو هر دو خال جسر وار کرد هم چون لالی جسری دیوا در کرد لن گودست و رو و وچه ما همو شکست و خراب و خوین بو هم چون آلی دی جسر و در کرد.
IS militants were watching them. They were captured again.
وكراكي بالهشين ك كلك تعدا بيكر ودستولن كرويش تعندبون بربو حمامي كلك تعدا بيكر ومحاولات كل بالخودا بس جار بينا بويدا شتاندو رابويدا وتعدا جي بيكر وبشتيهن كي آني شو آني مجلق لي كرم.
Some food kicking. Oh my God. So much. Is dolma?
Yes. Yeah.
Lamia was captured in the same school at Kocho. She said.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello, you're welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. For me, it's a privilege to be in the presence of my guest. He is an icon in engineering and broadcasting and public service in Nigeria. Pioneer, Director General of the Nigerian Television Authority.
Engineer Vincent Maduka, also named Ifeanyi Chukwu, which means glory to God, was born in the Ekpetado area of Lagos on the 5th of October 1935. He is from Delta State. He attended the Lagos Government School and won a full scholarship to King's College Lagos in 1949. He graduated with a BSc Honours in Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, England in 1959, and also received the MENG-SC degree in Applied Acoustics from the University College of Dublin, UCD, Ireland in 1969. He undertook a graduate apprenticeship with the renowned radio company Marconi Co. Limited in the UK and joined the Western Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, Ibadan, as a broadcast engineer in 1961. He spent a short time at the Irish National Television Organisation, Dublin, in 1968 to 1969, and on return to Ibadan in 1969, he was promoted Chief Engineer. He was appointed General Manager, Chief Executive Officer there in 1973.
Welcome to this program, sir, Engineer Vincent Maduka.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for granting us some time of your very busy schedule.
Huh.
I put busy in parentheses. You have had a wonderful career, an illustrious career, premised on your study of engineering. What motivated you to study engineering?
Right. Well, the easiest answer would be that I enjoyed physics, chemistry, and mathematics. All right. But I also enjoyed English literature. It was European history I was taught, which I enjoyed. But more importantly, to answer your question, was that if I undertook engineering at degree level, I would get a scholarship.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. That was one. Two, there was no engineering school in Nigeria that awarded a degree.
At that time.
So I would go abroad to study.
Mm-hmm.
And these were two great attractions. And three, there was a job waiting.
Oh, there was a job waiting once you
yes.
finished.
Because in fact, our career master at school went through the government gazette with us because for graduates, the employment was almost clearly going to be in the public service.
Okay.
The private sector at that time couldn't afford to hire university graduates. So some very bright ones, people who went into the private sector, even left at intermediate, taken out of the university, are attracted by good pay and a car, and they left. But generally, if you had a degree, you were going to work in the public sector, by and large. Unless, of course, it was in law or medicine.
Medicine, yes.
And for law and medicine, there were no scholarships.
Oh, there were no scholarships?
No. You paid your way because the pay, your salary was going to be so good that everybody would line up wanting to do those two courses. So in engineering, you're going to get a job in the public sector. In my time, you were going to go abroad to learn it, and with a scholarship.
And so when you returned home after your studies, there was a job waiting for you?
More than that.
Oh.
I was finishing a 2-year mandatory apprenticeship In fact, with Makuni, foremost radio company.
The company, yes.
Exactly. And at the end of 2 years, I was considering an offer from them or any other electronic company in the UK. And then a letter comes to me saying, I am a Western Region scholar. I am bonded to work for the Western Region for 5 months, for 5 years.
For 5 years.
I must come and take a job in October 1961.
So no choice.
I had no choice.
So you had to come.
So I had to come. The pay in Nigeria was much higher than anything I was being offered.
Are you?
Pound for pound. And it was, you were an oppressor in Nigeria with that pay. Even with the UK pay, I would be an oppressor in Nigeria, not to mention a pay that was 50% higher in Nigeria
than the UK pay. Also, the motivation was there for you to come back?
Motivation was there for me to come back, clearly, yes. When I came back, this is to make the mouth of those who didn't have that advantage, water.
Water.
Yes. I was being offered £600.
Yes.
After 2 years of graduate apprenticeship in the UK. I was being directed to come and take the job, which in the public service was £972 per annum.
That was almost £1,000 then.
More.
Yes.
No, £600. Oh yes, nearly £1,000.
Nearly £1,000.
Yes. Then of course in Nigeria, you had a car loan straight away. I shared a flat with a Ghanaian in Chelmsford, and if I went out to London to work, I couldn't afford a whole flat, I don't think. But anyway, the conditions were far better. But that's also because we were privileged people at that time. I mean, I arrived in Ibadan, car dealers, brand new cars, I'm not talking of used cars, were sending me catalogs. I had a driver, all within 2-3 months of taking on a new job.
Home and taking up that job.
So, but I had to work for 5 years
on bond.
On the bond.
Because of the scholarship.
I had enjoyed, yes.
Okay, but while serving that bond out, what was your experience like?
It was completely open-ended for me. As long as I remained there, I think my bond would have expired in 1966.
Yes.
By that time, I'd had at least one promotion from 900 or whatever pounds to 1860.
That's like double.
Yes. By 1967, 68.
Okay. Wow.
Yes. By 67.
67.
I think by 67.
That was still within your bond period.
Yeah, period. So the opportunities were very were ample in those days.
Yes.
But as I said, things were different. When I gained admission into my secondary school, only 25 kids were taken in the whole country.
Into King's College?
Yes. It was a national entrance exam. Only 25 who were admitted.
But the population was low then?
Population was low, but not less than, I don't think we were fewer than 40 million, 30 odd million.
Yes.
Yes.
But then these days were in the hundreds of millions.
Well, Lagos today is 20 million.
Yes, or a little above.
Or a little above.
Yes.
Yes. So it was, we were a small minority, highly privileged, because we were moving into the shoes of the colonial officials. There's no reason why anybody would expect that situation to go on.
Forever.
But you would have planned for a proper growth pattern.
Yes, but in the course of your career, you served in the regional and the federal public services.
Yes.
Would you want to share with us any major differences between the two, or were they similar?
Certainly not in my own experience.
Okay.
They were very different, very different.
In what ways?
First, when I started, it was a political system in place.
That as in a civilian system?
It was civilian.
Okay, sir.
Civilian, rather.
Yes.
In 61, I think Akintola was governor of,
was
the premier,
yes.
premier of the Western region.
Yes.
Because of the problem in the government party at the time, the Action Group,
yes,
in the two factions,
yes,
there was gross instability in the state. Even
as within the entire region.
Within the entire region,
yes.
So rather. And WNTV suffered a lot for it. In my book, I showed how many chairmen, or board chairmen, there were times when a chairman didn't last 90 days before he was replaced, yes.
That's short.
Yes, because as the, given the schism within the party,
yes,
there were shifting alliances.
Yes.
And if you are chairman of a board because you were on this side, and
that side loses,
then you're out, and another chairman
comes in.
So even the general management was the CEO was invariably from the civil service, and they couldn't run a business, they couldn't run broadcasting anyway, and so it was a very unstable situation until the coup of 1966, when we then had a military governor. All right, and comparatively, I mean, it was far, far better and stable environment in the broadcasting house.
Okay.
When we had Emile Fajui.
Fajui,
yes. Well, he was killed in no time at all, and replaced with Adebayo.
Adebayo, yes.
Yes, who was a fine gentleman, and we had no difficulties. I'm trying to compare now at that level, because that's where things trickle down from.
Exactly.
You had a governor who he wasn't interfering at all with the running of the station. In fact, I'll make a little joke or issue.
Yes.
He came to do a broadcast once.
Okay.
Beforehand, he had asked for all the questions I was going to ask him.
Yes.
And obviously, between him and the civil servants, they rehearsed the answers. So Yumami was sounding very sharp, and then our bright interviewer, Kunle Adeleke, did a follow-up question on what he had just answered, and the man was obviously flustered. So he turned around, his officials were around the street. He said, "What number is that?" Because I mean, he had all been, and they couldn't see where that question came from. So, but we are afraid that a head will roll after.
I was going to ask.
Nothing happened, nothing.
Oh.
After that, he just went away.
Oh, nothing was done to the gentleman who flustered him?
Nothing.
Wow. Yeah. And some people
would have taken offense and made trouble. All right, now this was within this region.
Yes.
I then moved to federal.
Yeah, okay.
Even the procedure of getting the job as DG in federal, which I had opposed the takeover of regional TV stations by the federal government. So I was surprised that I was even being considered for the job of DG.
And pioneer at that.
Pioneer DG. I mean, it was a list of my ambitions.
Probably somebody thought, okay, you are opposed to it, come and do it.
There was somebody else they had in mind.
Okay.
At the federal level.
Okay.
Who then turned it down and said, look, I know this chap, give it to him. And because they respected his opinion, they didn't know me, they gave it to me.
Oh, wow.
And within a year, they were beginning to ask whether it was the right decision they took.
Why would you say that, sir?
Because in the West, where I came from, apart from the governor, the military premier and all that, once the military, the civilian premier, once the military came in, remarkably, they didn't care about appearing on TV. Remarkably. But at federal level, they seemed to.
Yes.
And I was not used to
that.
No. And so I got in trouble.
Oh, no. Yeah. Maybe we'll talk about that trouble soon. Yes. Now, you know, the leadership in the public service under the military and the civilians, how would you describe it?
Well, for me, we got on better as broadcasters with military than with civilians.
Really?
Yes, yes, yes. The military, we are not so worried about their own persons. At the time I went over to a federal job, military, it was after the Civil War. Well, during and after the Civil War.
Okay.
I mean, I went to NTA in 77.
Okay.
And the military war, the Civil War had ended the whole 7 years.
Yes.
All right. The military had been in government since 66.
66,
yes.
67, yes.
So they were completely, I mean, it was as if we never have anything but a military system by the time I got to the federal.
Exactly.
Yes. And they were very sensitive about broadcasts and what you said and how you said it, which I didn't have at all as a problem in WNTV.
Okay. In those days that government used to change at...
no, that was civilian.
No, broadcasting house.
Yes.
Like whenever there was a coup.
Yes. Government change.
Yes.
But I really never... There was, all right, 65.
Yes.
Was it 65?
That was the change.
When...
in 65, I was just 3 years old.
75. 75.
Yes.
When there was a change, Muritala became...
That was 76.
When was he killed?
No, 76 he was killed. 75
it was. 75.
It was 75, yes. When Gowon went to Addis Ababa and all that,
Yes. And the federal government was a bit nervy, I think.
Yes.
A new governor was sent to the West.
Yes.
And he started a purge system. Because even at federal level, there was a purge of civil servants. And on 4 o'clock radio, the entire family must listen. Because maybe
don't know who is still there.
Yes. So I had a case where I was being removed. I was on training abroad. And I had word that I was being removed. I should come back home. So I said, no. If I come back home to see myself removed, no, they can remove me when I come back home. I know I've been removed. And anyway.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a break now. Yes. My guest is Engineer Vincent Maduka, who will be back shortly. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Engineer Vincent Maduka is my guest. Sir, you refused to come back home. You
finished the
training first.
Yes, I'll come. When I came back, there was rumor that I had been removed.
But you were not removed?
No. It was an amazing experience for me and everybody. I wasn't the only one that new governor. He was a naval officer. He came and he was just kicking people around. From what I gather, he had friends who told him, because he didn't live even in the West, in the West.
Yes.
When he came, his friends, I think they say, were telling him that man there, he has to go, that one has to go. And he was just going by what his friends were telling him. That's what I was told.
Okay.
So I arrived, and I think the week I arrived, he was replaced.
Oh, no.
And the new governor actually came to WNTV and dragged me to my office. I wasn't in my office when he came. Took me to my office and interviewed me. Asked me, where did you get this? I said, I met it here. What about that? I met it here, my predecessor, so on. He said, well, they told me that you've been spending the company's money and doing all sorts of things. Not one thing has been changed since I took over in 73. This was 75. 3 years. So he said the idea was that I was to be sacked.
Wow.
And he thought he better chat with this man first. That's how my job was saved. Now, the more usual thing was that you were sacked, and that was it. 4 o'clock news in those days, you were told that you heard that you have been sacked.
And that's it.
And that was it.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So I think I was lucky there. Then I went to Federal, and I was also told by that the head of state was about to sack me because they were not sure I was loyal to the federal government. The kind of broadcasts we were making, news, we were not behaving as if we belonged to the federal government. I said, you own us, but we are running things for you. When eventually I was summoned by the head of state, say, I want to sack you. These were the things I'm told you've done. So I was given a chance, and that was sheer luck, because they could have sacked you, and there was nothing you could do about it. And they sacked many people.
So quite a lot of mistakes were made during that period.
Yes, it was very highly personalized.
Yeah, but in terms of functions, there was not much intrusion into your day-to-day running?
You knew how to behave, and if you didn't behave like that,
you knew what to
you might be in trouble. And I was summoned by the head of state, who said to me that he was on the point of sacking me. Then he just thought, why not talk to him?
Okay.
He said I was not patriotic enough because I was not singing the praise of Nigeria. I'm not a journalist, but I told the journalist, I said, you can't write like that. How does it sound to you? Then the one that said that I was not a patriotic Nigerian. There were a number of things he said.
And they're all in your book. You call the book Real Life.
Yes.
Real Life.
Yes.
Real, I believe, is from the reel to reel of those.
Exactly.
Those days. So it's like it's a catalogue of what happened.
During
your career.
Yes, exactly. Of my career managing 2 public service television organizations.
Yes. That was quite some experience for you.
It was. I enjoyed it, like all broadcasters do their careers. It's a family, it's a life, a way of life.
Yes, it is.
Yes. And you don't want to walk out of it easily.
And you've been retired for so many years.
I've been retired probably nearly as long as I had worked.
And you're still a distinguished leader.
Well, it's my first love.
In the family. In the family of broadcasting.
Broadcasting is my first love.
So you can't ever give it up.
I doubt if I can.
You can't.
No.
Because this book, for instance, now, many of us are going to read it.
Yes.
And we'll be reaching out, okay, you said this over there. Okay, let's get some further clarifications and probably ask you to do a follow-up. Like read maybe a second volume or something. It has been very impactful in the development of broadcasting in the world generally, but let's bring it home to Nigeria. You worked both in the period when there was regulation and the period when it was deregulated. By that, I don't mean you were full but I mean that you have seen it happen.
Yes.
What do you think of the deregulated broadcast environment in Nigeria?
It's a democratization of broadcasting.
Yes.
In 1953.
Yes.
Tony Enahoro of the Action Group moved a motion for self-government for Nigeria now.
Yes.
1953.
Yes.
And it led to a crisis. Basically, the northern politicians said they were not ready for self-government, and there was a general split.
Yes.
And a lot of turmoil. And the colonial governor don't want to guess any name in case I'm wrong.
No,
but I think it was
okay.
Macpherson or somebody.
Yes, sir.
Went on Radio Nigeria, which was Federal Radio Corporation. I think it was already Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria.
Yeah, it was then.
Yeah, or Radio NBS or whatever.
Yes.
And criticized Chief Awolowo for the criticism and the political crisis that arose from that. Whereupon Chief Awolowo asked for a right of reply. And there was only one radio, and it was Federal Radio.
Yes.
And he was refused that right of reply. So a debate started as to why the federal government could have the monopoly of the airwaves.
Of the airwaves.
The subsequent constitutional conference, again, I'm not guessing whether it was maybe 56 or...
I think that was 56.
56.
Yes.
Then allowed regions
to
have broadcasting powers, which the federal government was enjoying. Whereupon the Western region went straight away and started a TV station.
Oh, not even a radio?
No.
I thought they started both together.
So that's why the station is called WNTV.
Yes.
WNBS.
And then WNBS. That means that came later.
So WNTV was the first station.
Yes.
First operation, October 1,
yes.
1960.
Was it 60, 58?
59.
59.
59.
Okay, yes.
Independence was 60.
It was 60, yes.
And WNTV was a year before independence.
Before independence,
yes.
okay.
So that was first in Africa.
Yes.
6 months after the radio service
so then
came
it became
along,
WNTV, WNBS.
Yes. All right. About the same time, Eastern Nigeria came on air. Eastern Nigeria Television, ENTV.
ENTV, yes.
So that was the kind of competition you
That
had.
was.
And I think by maybe 62 or thereabouts,
Yes.
Radio Kaduna Television,
Came on.
RKTV,
Yes.
came on with both radio and TV at the
TV.
same time. And then the Federal TV was later. I think they came in
later.
1962.
Yes.
Under, I think, Babangida's
Babangida, yes, it was Babangida that did
Constitution.
that, yes. I think it was-
anybody could set up a radio station, provided he had a license granted by the president.
Yes.
Now, it was a bit too heavy that a license would be granted by the president, because that made it discretionary. I mean, I applied for a license, for instance.
Yes.
Never got it.
Yeah, many of us.
But not because they didn't like me.
Yeah.
I had stupidly with my colleagues, including Christopher Kolade, the today's grandfather of broadcasting.
Yes, yes.
And Teju Yeleye,
Yes.
my predecessor at Ibadan,
At Ibadan,
and
yes,
my
sir.
mentor.
Yes, sir.
3 of us, and a journalist, a reputed journalist, Richard Ikebe.
Richard Ikebe, yes, sir.
Richard Ikebe.
Yes.
Went to Obafemi, what was his name now?
Babangida?
No, to Obasanjo.
Okay, General Obasanjo, yes.
And asked him to come and be our chairman.
Chairman, oh. It was a powerful board.
It was a powerful board. And we were laughing. I mean, you couldn't beat us.
Yes.
But then Babangida was to approve in person.
Yes.
In the meantime, General Obasanjo, having stepped down from being head of state, was criticizing Babangida's administration, that he didn't have a face of pity in his austerity.
Yes.
He said he should put a human face to his
To the
authority,
austerity, yes.
at the time. And he was a great, Obasanjo was a great champion of that.
Of that, yes.
Human face. And then he
application
then
went-
applied for a license. And of course, the then head of state, Babangida said, you don't have a radio or TV license. You're criticizing me. What will you do when you have one?
So the rest is history.
History.
Wow.
There's technological deregulation now. Anybody can run a TV station from from his
on your phone,
telephone,
from your home,
practically.
Yes,
I say practically
via the internet.
Yes, via the internet.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the freedom, the capacity to do that, doesn't it seem like it's eroding the golden rules and tenets of broadcasting and how to conduct the business?
Yes, just as it's eroding it,
Yes.
so it's also enriching it. There's such great capacity now for you to broadcast.
Yes.
In my days, it was a great effort to set up an outside broadcast TV. You went there 2 days ahead to set up your antenna for microwave delivery to the end station. If you're doing it from a football match, you didn't have enough resources to have a permanent outside broadcast set up in the stadium. So you took your stuff back and setting it up and aligning.
Aligning for line of sight.
Oh, exactly. Yes. So it was, today you just go on your data and you're broadcasting to the world, practically.
Sent through YouTube or Facebook or any other book.
Exactly, any other book. So technology has liberalized broadcasting. You don't need an elaborate building. Look at, I'm sure whatever you are doing here cannot be any less than what they were doing at Victoria Island, Ahmadu Bello Way, NTA Channel 10.
It's the same.
Big grounds, I don't know how many hundreds of people working there.
Yeah.
In 1986, at NTA, when I was DG, there were 7,000 employees all over the country, all over the country.
All over the country?
Yes, 7,000.
That's a lot.
Hell of a lot of people.
The professionalism expected in the content, the balance expected seems not to be there.
Well, this is more an ethical matter
than
one of measurement of success. In media, success tends to be measured in the quantity of recipients.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. In commercial broadcasting, that fetches you more money. If your station is popular with people with buying power, then you get adverts and you make more money. All right? In the public sector, or from the public service point of view, if you are touching more lives and more souls and more minds, that is a measure of your success. And it was called broadcasting. Now, what are you doing? Narrowcasting.
Narrowcasting,
yes. Even Lagos, I had only one TV station in the past. When we are moving to 2 stations, it was doubling the entire thing.
But now,
today,
in the Lagos area alone, I think we have more than 32 radio stations.
All right.
And not less than 12 or 13 television stations. Yes. So it's still broadcasting, but they're
narrowcasting.
Narrowcasting to select audience
you have to choose your audience,
and specialize in reaching them. But you didn't have the luxury of that specialization as DG NTA. But what you did have was that generations, including myself, grew up being influenced by content that was developed or produced under your direct supervision. But was there any time that your content rubbed off the powers that be?
Oh, yes.
Wrongly?
Oh, yes.
Would you like to cite an instance?
All right. Like, I was charged with disloyalty to the presidency.
Wow.
And what was the real charge? I was not showing the president often enough on television. Not that I was showing him in bad light.
Yeah, just
not often enough.
He should have been portrayed more. How was that resolved?
Well, when I heard that there was trouble coming, I went up to him because A lot of these problems are created by
people, hangers on.
Hangers on.
Yes.
So I went up to him and I said, if we don't show you all the time, it's not because we don't love you. But the real example I gave him was, if we showed you so often that people, as soon as you appear, they say, let me know when
when he's off.
Let me go and use the toilet quickly.
Yes.
When he's over, call me.
Call me.
I said, you really,
you don't
that's not what we want to do for you. He happened to be a president who you couldn't read his emotions from his face. So whether he agreed with me or not, it didn't show. The same thing had happened with the military head of state, Obasanjo.
Oh.
But he comes fighting.
Yes.
When he summoned me because he was fed up with me, he said, I got in front of him and he had a list of charges against me, written down, notes.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was taking them one after the other. And we were going through them. And he said, you told your people not to put me on TV. And I was looking at him. He said, yes, talk. I said, well? He said, what do you mean, well? I said, I didn't say they shouldn't put you on TV. I just said, you shouldn't be put on TV just so that to say that we have a head of state. I said, we put you on TV because you are doing something presidential.
Yes.
You're doing something that calls for it. But by the time little children and housewives, and I'm not putting them down, begin to say, that man, let me go and
do something else
quickly before you get into serious business.
Yeah.
I said, that means that that's not what they told him. I said, well, I wasn't there when they were telling me.
They were telling you.
Yeah. But I repeated the thing. He left in 79.
Yes.
And the civilian that succeeded him, I was already hearing rumors like this, that his courtiers were already saying, that television man, he doesn't show respect. And I went to him. He hadn't accused me. And I told him what we were trying to do, why we didn't show him. No, that was 79. Well, I lasted another 3 years. He fired me. I was removed.
Oh, no.
Yes.
But the tenure of service or of a job in the public sector seems to be better guaranteed than in the private sector. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
Especially in broadcasting.
Yes, because it seems to be better guaranteed in the private sector.
No.
In the public
sector.
I'll be surprised. Private sector,
yes,
you have a target.
Yes.
Returns.
Yes.
Money.
Yes.
Now, if you can't deliver the money, you failed. Public sector, you don't have a brief. And because you don't have a brief, many people make a brief for themselves. Make the boss happy by showing him or by saying nice things about him or to him. Yes. And singing his praise. Yes. The same military head of state, General Obasanjo, when he called me and we had this chat, he said a West African head of state visited him in Nigeria. And Nigerian press and were blasting the man. I think either Togo or Benin, I don't remember. They were abusing him like they do. And the man got to General Obasanjo and said, what the hell is going on in your country? He said, is that how they treat a visiting head of state? Obasanjo said, what? He said, your newspapers are radio stations, they're abusing me. He said, oh, they abuse me too. I said, he doesn't understand that in his country, if his picture appears on TV, everybody, if you're in your house, you get up. Yes. And the head of state is on air.
Whoa.
Yes.
He said that?
Yes. At that time, yes.
That means we're different.
Far better.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a break now, sir. We'll come back very soon. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still a conversation with Engineer Vincent Maduka. Sir, it's really kind of you to afford me this opportunity. You're an elder statesman. Yes, you are.
Elderly man?
No, sir. You're an elder statesman. You see, not many people have had the kind of experience you've had. You worked in the public service all your life. When they were to start the Nigerian Communications Commission, you served as consultant and CEO. You have contributed. So you are an elder statesman. You may not have been a politician before, and you may not be a politician right now.
Okay.
But your service in the public sector
Yes, fair enough.
is illustrious. And we have to ask, what do you see happening in our country? Or how do you see what is happening in our country?
I feel sad.
Yeah.
But then you must try and explain what your eyes are seeing. And see whether your analysis leads to a solution. And you can be sad, and then what? The main issue is we're not doing well.
Yeah.
Can we do better? Properly, the answer is yes. What are we not doing right? How do we do it right? And those are the difficult ones. How would we like Nigeria to be? That's easy. There are examples everywhere. You can't say you want to be like the UK, for instance. They've been at this game for a long time.
Very long.
You can say you want to be like Malaysia or like Hong Kong.
Yes.
You may not have exactly the same background or the same DNA as them, but you can see where they are coming from within your lifetime and where they are now.
Yeah.
So we can see what we would like to be. But how can we get there? Did we miss the road, as we say, somewhere? Or are we still on the right path, in which case it's only a matter of time? Now, that I can't answer all those questions easily. I can say that as two nations under external forces, Nigeria and say Malaysia, Nigeria and Singapore were at par. Beyond that, racially we are different.
Yes.
If you take the Singaporeans, they are largely Chinese and Indians.
Yes.
Those two kinds of people had writings before the current European civilization.
Yeah.
If we had, it was not so widespread.
Yes.
So perhaps we have some catching up to do compared to those people.
Yes.
But we can see what they've done. And we know that everything they've done is within our capacity. But each of us can't get up and start to do those things. We have to be organized as a body. And we don't want to be organized externally. We have to be organized internally.
Yes.
Now, who is going to do it? That man is called a leader. A lot of people say, oh, followership matters. There are theories of leadership, and I was privileged to teach leadership at some point at university level. It's the leader that decides really how the followers are going to behave.
Yes.
A good leader is going to bring him a bunch of criminals, theoretically.
Yes.
And he wants to go from point A to point B. And those people are not used to being told what to do. A good leader will get them to go from point A to point B.
Okay.
It may take him a little longer than a bad leader.
Yeah. But sir, the leadership vacuum.
That's why I put in my team.
No.
Well, you're a footballer and you're a kicker. And if we're not getting the ball in the net, it's because we have not got it right.
Got what right now? The leadership question or the people question?
No.
Or everything together?
There's no peopleship.
Oh.
A leader takes his people to where they all want to go.
Okay.
Not where he wants to go. Where he and they want to
to
go. They must coincide.
Just get them going.
You have to get them to go the right way, at the right pace, to get to the right place.
Okay. Now, if we...
It will take time. It will take time. But you must see at all times that we are in the right direction.
So, something like, if that is not there, what's the hope for the country?
Oh, there are two ways of looking at it. You need somebody who knows, A, where we should be going, B, how we should do it.
Yes.
He may not be dead certain, but he'll be adjusting as we're going.
Yes.
That's one. Two is, I'm not aware of any society that has really turned around in 8 years. No, so 8 years is not enough for any leader anywhere in the world.
We've been at it for...
Not with one leader.
1999. Oh, you are saying that we need one leader
who knows
the
where
way
we're going and how we can get there. And how to take this bunch of animals and organize them properly so that we can get there.
And then, but when his 8 years finishes,
you should get another man who also knows.
Okay, that's
who
why...
Who knows better now, because you've got experience, you yourself choosing. You've got experience from the last experience.
That suggests that there must still be a space for the anointing of successors to political office holders.
Anointing suggests that somebody other than the mass of the people is determining.
Okay.
And if it's a bad man anointing, you can only anoint a bad man.
Okay.
So that's not a solution.
That's not the solution.
It has to be an enlightened people taking a decision. Sometimes they're not taking decision. By enlightenment doesn't mean that they are well trained and skilled. But your pain will teach you how to select somebody who will make you prosper. Okay. The pain you are going through tells you that that's not the man who will get me there.
That's very good, sir. Now, I'm going to ask you this question about our Nigeria. How do we integrate ourselves better? Ethnic groupings and interrelationships and all that. For instance, you said that you went to school overseas on a scholarship from the Western region, and you were bonded. You came, you served, and you even rose to become GM of WNTV. These days, people are saying, no, if you don't speak this language, you can't be here. If you don't do that, you can't be there.
Well, you've chosen the wrong expression. If you don't speak this language, I speak the language.
Oh, no. Okay, no. With you, because you...
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, yes.
You went to King's College, you speak Yoruba.
No, I'm not allowed to speak any other language at King's.
At King's, yes, I know.
Yes. But no, my own is slightly different.
Yes.
I was born in Lagos, here, Ekpetedo. All right? Yeah. Went to primary school in Lagos.
In Lagos.
My first language might not have been exactly Yoruba, but I spoke Yoruba outside. And if I crossed that door, I spoke Igbo.
Igbo.
All right? And then my dad called me Dele, which was my general name. Yeah. If you called me Ifeanyi Chukwu, I knew I was in trouble.
Whoa. That was the code.
So I knew something's gone wrong.
Yes.
All right. So home and outside. But I think we need time.
Time.
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, sir.
When I was growing up in the street in Lagos, you see, when you are a successful GM and so you can now talk about when you are growing in the street. Exactly. But if you ended up in the street, you won't talk about it.
That's true, sir.
When I was growing up in the street, we used to call people Kobo Kobo. And that was anybody who was not Hausa and not Yoruba. We didn't know all these other grades.
Yes.
Kobo Kobo comes from Kobo Kobo. And yes. Somebody says it wrongly.
Yes, and it's Kobo Kobo.
Then the other way, Aroke.
Aroke, yes.
All right? You didn't speak Inago. Yeah. Inago is Lagos.
It's Lagos.
All these people now claiming that they own Lagos, and I lie.
Yes.
right? They were Arokes.
Yes.
When I was growing up, they all had marks.
Uh-huh.
Aroke. Or they were Ijebus.
Yes.
Huh? And the Ijebus were the ones renting our bicycles for 1 kobo.
Mm-hmm.
They were the ones mending bicycles.
Mm.
They were the ones doing blacksmithery,
Yeah.
goldsmith,
Mm-hmm.
and they were making Owo Ijebu.
Owo Ijebu, yes.
All right.
Manda.
Banda.
Yes.
So they were not Lagosians.
Mm.
I was a Lagosian.
Born.
Because we were the ones
bred.
calling other people things.
Yes.
We were the ones calling other people names.
Yes.
Calling Ijebuni, oh, Aroke,
Yes.
and so on. All right? That was, let's say that was 80 years ago.
Yes.
I got to Ibadan. After university,
Yes.
I was working there. And the Ekiti man was Ekiti. He was not that. He was Ekiti.
Yes.
Ijebu man was Ijebu man.
Yes.
In Ibadan,
Mm.
they used to say to people, Ijebu nie abeyon.
Mm.
Ijebu nie abeyon. And during the crisis, wet year
crisis,
right?
yes.
If you didn't answer properly, they might pour petrol on you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, it was as bad as that. So, but now, all those Ijebus and the Arokes, now they are claiming that they are all together in Yoruba. Yoruba is not a Yoruba word.
Yes.
The name Yoruba, when I was broadcasting, we said, Enyara Karo Jire. The word Yoruba was around, but we didn't use it.
Yes.
Because it was not so acceptable.
Okay.
Karo Jire means Ekiti. It's Karo Jire. Ijesha.
Karo Jire.
Oyo.
Yeah.
Ondo.
There's a common greeting amongst them. Yes.
Karo Jire. Yoruba was either Aroke or, well, Yoruba was essentially biblical. I'm not an expert in what I'm talking about, but I'm somebody who experienced
It's
it.
experiential for you.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yoruba was as written in the Bible, then
in text.
Text.
Okay.
Yes.
But, sir,
where is the origin of the word Yoruba?
Exactly.
You can find out after this program. I don't know.
I will. No, but you said we need time.
Yes.
What would this time do?
What I'm driving at is that we've come from the time when you said Ijebuni Abeyon to the time that you are now saying that all of you jointly.
Yeah.
So you've united.
Yes.
Ijebus at Enyon have united.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay, so you believe that at some
If
time,
there is enough time, yes.
if there's enough time,
Yes.
there's going to be that
Yes.
unity
Yes.
that will
Yes.
bring us
Yes.
all
Yes. But
together.
you can hasten it
Yeah.
by deliberation.
Okay.
By putting things in place to make it happen. You can. You don't just wait like typical waiting for God.
Waiting for God.
Or Godot.
But
Yeah.
God is already here.
God is very busy.
Yeah.
He's very busy. And Nigeria is not the only problem. It's the only
At
problem.
all.
Exactly.
Plenty trouble.
Yes.
Sir, now
Yes.
that you're retired,
Yes.
what's your day like?
In a way, disorganized.
How?
Yes. I mean, I don't wake up. Today I knew I had to come here.
Yes.
Yesterday I said, oh, how am I going? Oh, a lion. Which one do I want to wear? I don't want to. I can't wear anything formal.
Yes.
So that occupies my mind. Wondering how am I going to? What do I put on?
Yes.
And so on. And then I iron my.
Oh, you iron by yourself?
Yeah.
Because so I'm in good company then.
You do that too.
Oh yes, I do.
I have time, man. And I'm
Nobody
very
can
critical.
iron for me.
I'm very critical. Exactly. Very critical.
Yes.
Whatever the washerman does, he does the bulk.
Yes.
But sometimes I take out what he has, then I wet it, maybe starch it, and because I have time on my hands.
You get the crease right.
Yeah, I get it.
So what
Then
else do you do
I have
on a daily
books,
basis? Yeah.
Books which I've never finished.
Oh.
I've never. I take one, I read part of it, and then when I come back, I can't find it. So I take the next one, and I read. Because the one I was reading, I might have gone downstairs with it and left it downstairs.
Okay.
When I want to get it back, I don't want to go back downstairs, or maybe. So I pick up another
book.
Yes.
And start reading.
Yes, start reading.
The
And so I most of the time, most of the time I watch TV.
Okay.
Second to that, I read. And
Yes,
then,
the book.
Yes.
Yeah.
It took me a long time.
Yes. The book.
Because I was not doing it continuously.
Yes.
I did it. I didn't like it. I gave up.
Yeah.
Then I met the founder of the Pan-Atlantic University.
Right.
I've known their organization way back from my Ibadan days. And I found out he was writing 3 books at the same time.
3?
He was a professor, yeah, a professor of engineering. He was writing 3 books.
Professor of engineering?
Yes. But none of those 3 was in engineering at the time I'm talking about. I said, how the hell are you? I can't write 1 book, and you are writing 3. And he told me how he organized himself, and he got somebody to dictate to. Dictate to, you go away, do that. Anyway, finally I met my publisher, who began to organize me. And so things started to move very quickly.
And we got here.
Yes.
Real life.
Well, this looks like an ad for me. Which
it is, sir. It is, sir. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do this, but for you, I would do it because you are an icon in our profession. You are a distinguished engineer, a distinguished broadcaster, and you trained many of us. I didn't have the privilege of working directly under you, but I actually was in broadcasting, let me say it proudly, when you were still in broadcasting. So I started in 1980, so 6 years later you were retired.
Yes.
But I still saw and followed stuff you did. More than that, sir, you are an example of a great Nigerian who served his country with all that he's got. So talking about your book is a privilege. And even at the end of the program, we'll put where and how people can buy this book. I'd like to thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming to grace our studios, and I look forward to the next time we'll be with you. Thank you so much, sir.
I feel honored. I've enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Actually, you honored us by coming. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It's been Timeless Conversations. This week, we had Engineer Vincent Maduka. Yes, he told you that Vincent Dele Maduka.